What if the fate of humanity rested on the edge of a blade, poised to swing at the slightest whisper of chaos? In a world eclipsed by shadows, the air crackles with anticipation, as ancient prophecies writhe like restless spirits seeking release. For riders loom on the horizon, figures clad in mystery, each one a harbinger of cataclysmic change. The ground trembles beneath their hooves, a haunting prelude to the chaos they bring. The first, a conqueror, rides forth on a steed as white as bone, his crown of victory glinting under a blood-red sky. The wind carries his laughter, a sound both triumphant and chilling, echoing the ambition of empires risen and fallen. Nations bow before his relentless quest for dominance, yet whispers of rebellion stir among the oppressed, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the downtrodden. But hope often dances on the knife's edge of despair. Following closely, a figure cloaked in crimson, wielding a sword that thirsts for blood, rides amidst the chaos of war. The air thickens with the stench of gunpowder and fear, as conflict erupts like a storm igniting the night. Families shatter, dreams dissolve, and the cost of victory becomes grotesque. In this fray, the line between right and wrong blurs, and the cries of the innocent fade into the cacophony of destruction. Will humanity find strength in unity, or will it fracture under the weight of its own sins? Then appears the third, a shrouded silhouette draped in the colors of decay, riding a steed that seems to absorb the very light around it. Pestilence follows in his wake, a relentless specter that thrives in the aftermath of war. Cities crumble as disease seeps into the fabric of society, while those once filled with hope now tremble in the grip of despair. The resilience of the human spirit hangs by a thread, as desperation pushes the desperate to make grave choices. Can survival be won when death looms so closely? Finally, the last rider emerges, cloaked in the foreboding aura of death itself. The shadows lengthen, curling around his presence like smoke. He carries no weapon but embodies the end of all things, an inevitable conclusion that looms over the living. When he arrives, the finality of existence becomes chillingly real. A world trembling on the brink of annihilation faces an ancient clock, its hands ticking down to a moment when all will be laid bare. As the riders converge, history trembles. Each decision made, each life lost, creates a ripple through time that questions the very essence of humanity. Will the earth bear witness to their dominion, or can the flickering flame of hope spark a revolution against the encroaching darkness? The stage is set, the players in motion, and the burdens they carry will shape the destiny of all. The breath of history hangs heavy in the air, anticipating the moment when everything changes forever, and the chaos unfolds. A chilling wind swept through the ancient city of Jerusalem, stirring up dust from the sun-baked earth. It was a time of unrest, a time when the air was thick with uncertainty and fear. The year was around 95 AD, and the echoes of turmoil reverberated through the streets. Jews and Romans clashed, ideologies collided, and whispers of prophecy filled the air. In this simmering cauldron, a vision would soon take shape, one that would send shivers down the spine of humanity for centuries to come. In a dark corner of the world, the Apostle John sat on the desolate island of Patmos, a prisoner of his own faith. Shunned and isolated, he wrestled with his thoughts, haunted by the memories of those he had lost. As the waves crashed against the rocky shore, he found himself locked in a battle not just for survival, but for understanding. It was during these long, lonely nights that he began to see visions of a world on the brink of chaos, where four figures, riding on horseback, would unleash destruction unlike anything ever witnessed. These were not just men. They were symbols of humanity's deepest fears and struggles. The first rider, clad in white, brandished a bow, representing conquest and the insatiable hunger for power that often led to the downfall of empires. A crown adorned his head, a chilling reminder that victory often comes at a grave cost. Kingdoms would rise, only to fall into the hands of the very conquerors who sought glory. The echoes of history, from the Babylonian Empire to the Roman legions, told tales of ambition that ultimately turned to ashes. As if sensing the despair that hung heavy in the air like a storm cloud, the second horseman rode forth, a figure shrouded in crimson. With a great sword in hand, he represented the harbingers of war and bloodshed. The world, it seemed, was caught in an endless cycle of violence. From the battlefields of ancient Greece to the trenches of World War I, blood flowed like rivers, fueling the fires of hatred. The cries of innocence filled the air, and with each swing of the sword, lives were extinguished, dreams shattered. This was a man-made nightmare, one that left scars not just on the land but also in the hearts of those who survived. And then came the third rider, cloaked in black, his arrival marked by a haunting silence. He carried a set of scales, a heavy reminder of famine and economic despair. How many had suffered in silence, their stomachs hollow, while the privileged feasted? Throughout history, famine had been a dark specter, haunting civilizations from the time of the pharaohs to the Great Irish Potato Famine. The connection was clear. When greed ruled, the scales tipped toward suffering. The cries for help went unheard, drowned out by the clinking of coins and the sound of feasting. As the specter of hunger loomed, the chasm between the rich and the poor widened, and humanity teetered on the brink of moral collapse. And what of the final horseman? The fourth rider, pale as death itself, lay in wait. His presence brought a shudder through the land, as his name, Death, sounded a terrifying note. He did not ride alone. Behind him trailed a harrowing entourage of plagues and pestilence. There was no escape from this inevitable fate, as history had shown time and again. From the Black Death that decimated Europe to the Spanish flu that swept across the world, death was an uninvited guest at every feast, a reminder that no matter how powerful, how rich, or how noble one may be, mortality waits for no one. The Four Horsemen were not simply figures in a vision. They were the embodiment of humanity's darkest impulses, a reflection of the struggles faced throughout history. They rode across the pages of time, weaving through the lives of kings and commoners alike, marking moments of triumph and tragedy. The same patterns repeated themselves through the ages: conquest leading to war, war leading to famine, and famine leading to the cold embrace of death. In the quiet moments of reflection, John understood that these visions were not just warnings. They were lessons etched in the fabric of existence. They spoke of the human condition, the cycle of hope and despair that twisted through every era. He saw them as a call to action, a plea for humanity to rise above its instinctual fears and desires. But would they listen? Would they heed the warnings buried in their own history? Outside, the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the turbulent sea. The waves crashed more violently now, echoing the tumult within John's soul. Each rider represented a chapter in the story of mankind, a story that was yet to be fully written. Would humanity break free from the chains of its own making, or would it continue to succumb to the very forces that threatened to tear it apart? As the darkness deepened, bringing with it an unsettling calm, John felt the weight of the visions pressing in on him. He was but a vessel, a means through which these haunting truths would reach the world. While the Four Horsemen rampaged through the annals of history, he knew their story was far from over. The future hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of time, waiting for someone to grasp it. The echoes of the past reverberated in his mind, and he could almost hear the distant sounds of hooves against the earth, a reminder that the riders were never truly gone. They lingered at the edges of human consciousness, ready to emerge once again. As he closed his eyes, the visions danced before him, a tantalizing promise of what was to come, a prophecy that demanded to be revealed, a warning that could change everything. The thunder of hooves echoed through the valleys, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. For riders emerged from the mist, their silhouettes unmistakable against the backdrop of a blood-red sky. Each horseman bore a heavy weight, not just of their armor but of the very essence of humanity's darkest fears. They carried with them ancient tales and timeless symbols, manifesting in cultures around the globe, resonating beyond mere legend. The first horseman, clad in white, symbolized conquest. Across civilizations, he represented the relentless pursuit of power. In ancient Rome, he was likened to emperors charging into battle, cloaked in strength. His presence evoked thoughts of triumph, but also of the cost that accompanied it. The tales of the Mongol Empire, sweeping through Asia and Europe, drew on this imagery, how one rider could bring an empire to its knees, both revered and reviled. His white steed galloped forth, a beacon of ambition yet foreshadowing betrayal, as history proved that conquest often leads to chaos. Then came the second rider, draped in red, a fierce harbinger of war. Cultures throughout history have embodied this figure with images of blood-soaked battlefields and the cries of the fallen. From the ancient Greeks who honored Ares, the god of war, to the Vikings who relished in the glory of combat, this horseman stirred emotions of rage and valor. His sword glinted ominously, a reminder of conflict's dual nature. It was not just the bloodshed, but the fiery spirit it ignited within the hearts of warriors. Yet, with every clash of swords, the price of glory weighed heavily on the souls of those who fought. The terror he inspired was palpable, sending shivers down the spines of those who believed peace was merely a fleeting dream. The third rider appeared, cloaked in black, draped with the shroud of famine. In every culture, he represented scarcity and despair, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. From the Dust Bowl of America's heartland to the famines that plagued ancient Egypt, this specter haunted the dreams of countless people. His presence was not loud. It whispered through the empty fields and barren lands, signaling the slow decline of hope. He rode through history, leaving empty stomachs and hollow eyes in his wake. The symbols of sacrifice and survival intertwined as societies learned the harsh lessons of nature's wrath, battling against the darkness that threatened to overtake their lives. Finally, the last horseman, cloaked in sickly green, brought death. This figure was perhaps the most feared and yet the most universal. Cultures across time have faced him, whether through the Black Death that swept through Europe or the countless plagues that ravaged ancient civilizations. In some societies, he was viewed with dread, while in others, he was seen as a necessary end, a release from suffering. The ancient Egyptians revered him, believing that death led to rebirth. This paradox made the horseman both terrifying and strangely comforting. The reality he brought was harsh, yet it reminded every civilization of the cycle of life, an inevitable conclusion that would one day embrace them all. These four riders, embodiments of humanity's deepest fears and desires, carried with them a weight that echoed through the ages. The stories told around fires in the dark of night, the art etched on ancient tablets, all reflected the cultural significance of these figures. They were not just myth. They were a mirror held up to society, reflecting its struggles, its victories, its very essence. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, tales of the horsemen swirled among the people. They spoke of how the riders had visited the land, bringing both lessons and warnings. The tales were as much a part of the fabric of life as the stones on the ground. To the faithful, these stories were reminders of their trials, encapsulating the struggle between good and evil, hope and despair. Parents warned their children of the horsemen, instilling a sense of vigilance against the forces that might upend their lives. As communities faced the threat of war, famine, and disease, they turned to these figures for understanding. They saw in the riders' reflections of their own struggles a way to explain the chaos that seemed ever-present. The horsemen were not simply creatures of fear. They were teachers, imparting lessons of resilience and survival. In Asia, the legends took on different forms. The horsemen manifested in the tales of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but they were also akin to figures found in Buddhist teachings, representing the inevitability of suffering and death. Here, the riders became pathways toward enlightenment, a realization that one must confront one's own fears to find peace. The stories intertwined, melding into the cultural consciousness, shaping the views of generations. Across the sea, in the Americas, the horsemen morphed yet again. Indigenous cultures saw them not just as harbingers of doom, but as part of a larger cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The stories of the horsemen were woven into the very fabric of existence, teaching the importance of balance and respect for all living things. As the legends spread, they transformed, absorbing the colors of every culture they touched, becoming a tapestry of human experience. Each tale carried with it the weight of history, of struggles faced and overcome, of hopes dashed and reimagined. The horseman became a point of connection, bridging gaps between peoples, reminding all of the shared journey through the vast and often tumultuous landscape of life. Their legacy echoed through the halls of history, intertwining with the stories of empires lost and found, of civilizations rising and falling. They danced on the edges of human consciousness, whispering truths that resonated with every heart. The horsemen, both feared and revered, continued to ride through the annals of time, their significance illuminating the struggles of humanity. They were not just symbols. They were the embodiment of what it meant to be alive, constantly reminding everyone of the delicate balance between hope and despair, life and death. And so, as the echo of hooves faded into the distance, a sense of unease remained. The riders had passed, but their presence lingered like a storm on the horizon, promising change, loss, and perhaps even renewal. Each culture continued to weave their own narratives, ensuring that the legacy of the horsemen would never fade, forever a part of the human experience, forever riding into the unknown. A hush fell over the crowd as the scroll was unveiled, its ancient parchment crackling like the flame of a dying candle. In that moment, time seemed to pause, and a chill crept into the hearts of those gathered. The air was electric, thick with anticipation and fear, as if the very fabric of reality quivered in the presence of something monumental. As the first seal was broken, a piercing silence enveloped the room, and eyes widened with horror and intrigue. The rider on the white horse emerged, his visage both captivating and terrifying. Clad in gleaming armor, he held a bow, his arrow ready to strike. A crown rested upon his head, a symbol of conquest and dominion. He charged forth, galloping on the winds of destiny, a harbinger of war and chaos, his purpose as clear as the sun in the sky. Behind him lay the shadows of nations torn apart, civilizations collapsing like sandcastles before the tide. This was not just a story from an ancient book. It was a glimpse into the very nature of mankind's darkest impulses. The rider swept through history, a ghost haunting the corridors of power and ambition. Each conquest he claimed left behind echoes of despair, the cries of the fallen ringing in the ears of the living. The chill of his presence sent shivers down spines, a reminder of the fragile thread holding civilization together. The second seal was broken with a sound like the crack of thunder, and in the midst of that chaos, the rider on the red horse burst forth. His eyes burned with a fiery intensity as he wielded a great sword. The earth trembled beneath his steed, and the air thickened with the scent of blood and betrayal. War erupted, engulfing entire nations in flames of hatred and vengeance. Families were torn apart, and alliances shattered in an instant. The cries of anguish rose like a haunting melody, filling the skies with sorrow and dread. People watched in horror as brother turned against brother. Neighbors became enemies, and trust was a forgotten relic. The very foundation of humanity was shaken, and the world fell into a pit of despair, the suffering palpable. This was not merely a tale from the past. It was a reflection of the struggles that had shaped human history. The rider, with his crimson cloak billowing behind him, was a reminder of the blood spilled in the name of power and pride. The third seal broke, and a profound silence swept over the realm. The rider on the black horse appeared, a chilling figure bearing scales in his hands. With a simple gesture, he weighed the burdens of hunger and famine, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. His presence was a palpable darkness, foretelling a time when food would be scarce and desperation would grip the hearts of many. People gathered around meager portions, their faces lined with desperation, their eyes hollow from starvation. The scales tipped, and the cries of the hungry echoed through the land, mingling with the whispers of the wind. The rider's shadow loomed large, a grim specter haunting the dreams of those who dared to hope for a better tomorrow. The price of bread soared, and the simple act of sustenance became a battle for survival. The world became a stark landscape of despair, where every meal was a victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. And then, the fourth seal shattered like glass, and the air grew heavy as the pale horse emerged, its rider named Death. A shudder coursed through the crowd, a collective gasp that spoke of an unspoken fear. His presence was undeniable, a specter cloaked in shadows, an embodiment of the end. Famine and war had paved the way for him, the inevitable conclusion to the human saga of pain and suffering. With each stride, he claimed lives, a relentless force that showed no mercy. The ground was littered with the remnants of dreams unfulfilled, the silent witnesses to a world ravaged by strife. In his wake, sorrow spread like wildfire, igniting the souls of those left behind. Grief became an all-consuming fire, burning through the hearts of parents, children, and lovers alike. It was not merely death that he brought. It was a profound sense of loss, an echo of everything that could have been. The realization struck hard. The end of the journey was not the end of their stories. It was merely a chapter that twisted into darkness. Yet even amidst the despair, the horizon flickered with glimmers of hope. Each of the horsemen, terrible and magnificent in their own right, painted a picture of humanity's struggles, a reflection of the battle between despair and resilience. Their actions, however brutal, were reminders that even in the darkest times, the human spirit had an unyielding resolve to rise, to fight, to endure. As the final tragedies unfolded, the stage was set for the ultimate confrontation. The wearied hearts of the faithful stirred with the promise of renewal, the belief that after the darkest night, the dawn would break anew. Men and women stood on the precipice of change, their collective breath held tight. The story was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, one where the echoes of the past would resonate with the hope of a brighter future. The weight of history pressed down on them, yet the flicker of courage ignited their souls, urging them to stand firm against the tide of despair. And as the dust settled on the battlefield of life, a whisper threaded through the air, a promise that the saga of humanity would continue, that even in the face of the horsemen, there lay a glimmer of redemption, waiting to be embraced. The scroll held more secrets, more revelations, waiting to be uncovered. The tension hung heavy, a promise of what was yet to come, and the gathered souls felt their hearts quicken in anticipation. The world was caught in a delicate balance, teetering on the edge of fate, ready to unfold the next act of a story that had no end. A figure on a white horse gallops across the horizon, a silhouette against the rising sun, carrying with it the promise of a new era. His presence stirs the dust of ancient lands, awakening both dread and anticipation in the hearts of those who watch. The White Horseman, an embodiment of conquest, a harbinger of change, stands as an untamed force, embodying both hope and devastation. The stories of conquerors swirl like the dust around his hooves. They speak of Alexander the Great, who, with every charge, carved his name into the annals of history. With his unmatched ambition, he swept across continents, a whirlwind of strategy and might. His eyes, like twin suns, burned with the desire to connect cultures, but at what cost? Cities fell to his sword, their proud towers crumbling under the weight of his relentless advance. The echoes of his empire reverberated through the ages, stretching from Greece to India, forever altering the course of civilization. Yet, conquest is never a simple tale of victory. It blooms with contradictions, woven into the very fabric of humanity. The White Horseman rides not only through fields of battle, but also through the corridors of power, his existence a testament to the thin line between glory and tyranny. Each civilization he encounters is transformed, reshaped by the forces of ambition and desire. The Aztecs, the Incas, the Mongols, each faced their own horsemen, each with tales of both ruin and growth etched on their souls. As the sun sets behind the mountains, a sense of foreboding fills the air. The White Horseman brings not just change, but fear. The Crusaders, cloaked in righteousness, believed they journeyed under divine guidance. Yet, as they marched through foreign lands, the cries of the innocent echoed behind them. Jerusalem was a prize, a jewel to be claimed, but how many lives were shattered in the name of faith? The banners that waved triumphantly also bore the stains of bloodshed, reminding the world that victory often has a cost. In the distant Turkish steppes, the rise of the Ottoman Empire paints a new picture of conquest. Suleiman the Magnificent, a ruler as ambitious as Alexander, extended his reach across Europe, Asia, and Africa. His armies swept like a storm, blending cultures and ideas, yet leaving a trail of sorrow and loss. The people of Constantinople, once proud and free, now found themselves under a new banner, speaking a new tongue, their old ways fading into the shadows. The White Horseman's charge has a way of obliterating the past while creating something entirely new, a paradox of progress and destruction. Yet, not all see the horseman as a figure of terror. To some, he symbolizes hope, a chance for a new beginning. The Age of Exploration birthed countless adventurers, driven by dreams of uncharted lands and riches. The likes of Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama sailed across perilous waters, propelled by visions of glory. Their encounters brought about unprecedented exchange, a mingling of cultures that enriched both the conquerors and the conquered. But as the ships docked, the laughter of discovery was often drowned out by the cries of those suffering beneath the weight of colonization. For every treasure unearthed, a life was often lost, each conquest a story of sacrifice and survival. The narratives of conquest are not merely stories of might and power. They are painted with the brushes of human emotion. The White Horseman does not ride alone. He carries with him the dreams, fears, and struggles of those caught in his path. In the Americas, the arrival of the Spanish was heralded by the promise of salvation and change. The indigenous peoples, with their vibrant cultures and rich histories, watched in awe and horror as their world crumbled. The horseman rode into their lives, bringing with him the light of the new world, but also the shadows of disease and devastation. Stirrings of resistance rise from the ashes of conquest, igniting the flames of rebellion. The oppressed, once silenced, now raise their voices, fueled by the fire of their ancestors and the longing for freedom. The whispers of revolution sweep through the lands like a fierce wind, urging the people to stand against the tide of oppression. From the Philippines to the Caribbean, the story of conquest becomes a battleground of wills, a clash between the oppressor and the oppressed, a tale that transcends time and geography. Through the ages, the White Horseman continues to ride, his figure shrouded in mystery and legend. His journey is far from linear. It twists and turns, reflecting the complexities of human history. Emperors rise and fall, nations are born and crumble, but the horseman remains, a constant reminder of the duality of conquest. He inspires not only fear but also resilience, as the stories of those who resisted against the tide begin to emerge. In a small village, hidden in the mountains, a young girl listens intently to the stories of her ancestors. They speak of the horseman's charge, of battles won and lost, of lands claimed and lives sacrificed. Yet, as the embers of the fire crackle, they also tell of courage, of unity, and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to fight back. The girl feels the weight of their sacrifices in her heart, a connection to the past that fuels her dreams of a future unbound by the chains of conquest. The echoes of history pulse through every story, pushing the narrative forward. The White Horseman rides on, and his presence is felt in the very fabric of society, shaping destinies and forging paths. The world is a canvas, and his ride creates a tapestry of triumph and tragedy, a reminder that conquest is but one side of a complex coin. As the dust settles on the horizon, the tension remains, an unbroken circle of conflict and resolution, forever spinning toward the next chapter in humanity's never-ending saga. The ground trembled beneath the pounding hooves of 1,000 horses, each echo carrying with it the weight of history. In a distant valley, the air hung thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smoke of burning villages. For centuries, humanity has danced to the grim tune of war, a relentless march that has shaped lives, toppled empires, and etched stories into the very fabric of time. From the moment the first stone was hurled in anger, violence took its place as a constant companion in human existence. The first known war, fought between the Sumerians and the Elamites around 2700 BCE, was just a glimpse of the darkness that would follow. It was a struggle over territory, resources, and power, a struggle that would echo through the ages. The ancient cuneiform tablets tell tales of soldiers driven not just by duty, but by the ferocious hunger for dominance, a belligerent thirst that would ignite the flames of countless conflicts. Fast forward to the battlefield of Marathon in 490 BCE, where the Athenian hoplites clashed with the Persian invaders. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead as blood was spilled on the sun-scorched earth. It marked not just a fight for survival but the birth of democracy, a paradox woven into the fabric of war itself. The cries of the wounded mingled with the shouts of triumph and despair. Every clash of swords, every cry of agony laid bricks in the foundation of what we now call civilization. Each victory carved a story, each defeat a ghost. As the Romans rose, so did the scale and brutality of warfare. The gladiators fought for their lives in the Colosseum, the roar of the crowd a chilling reminder of humanity's darker side. They were not merely fighters. They were symbols of power, of control, of entertainment for a society that thrived on bloodshed. The might of the Roman Empire stretched across continents, spreading both culture and carnage, leaving a tapestry of conflict that would influence generations. The Middle Ages emerged cloaked in a shroud of chaos. Feudal lords waged wars over tiny plots of land, while the cries of villagers echoed in the night, a symphony of fear that accompanied every skirmish. The 100 Years' War between England and France was a saga of unrelenting struggle, punctuated by moments of unimaginable bravery and horrifying brutality. Joan of Arc, a peasant girl, heard divine whispers that led her to the battlefield. Dressed in armor, she became a symbol of hope, charging into the fray with the courage of a lioness, while the blood-soaked soil drank deeply from the lives of both the noble and the humble. The battlefields were littered with the remnants of dreams and aspirations. Each life lost a story silenced before its time. The Industrial Revolution unleashed another wave of violence, an era where machines replaced men, yet the brutality only escalated. The American Civil War served as a brutal reminder of division, brother against brother, ideal against ideal. The clashes at Gettysburg and Antietam were moments of national heartbreak. The haunting photographs of the dead and dying captured the stark reality of war. Generals strategized while families mourned. The echoes of cannon fire resonated through towns, shattering lives in an instant. As the world plunged into the throes of the 20th century, 2 world wars changed the face of the planet forever. The trenches of World War I became graveyards of lost dreams, where young men faced an agonizing death under the weight of mud and despair. Gas masks hung like harbingers of doom, and the haunting cries of the wounded filled the air. In the aftermath, hope flickered dimly, yet the darkness was far from over. World War II erupted, a cataclysm that unleashed unfathomable atrocities. From the Holocaust, where millions were brutally executed in a systematic genocide, to the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world bore witness to the depths of human cruelty. The images of emaciated bodies and the ruins of cities told a tale of destruction that words could barely capture. Propaganda painted war as glorious, yet the reality was a tapestry of loss and disillusionment. The Red Horseman rode fiercely, engulfing nations in flames, his laughter echoing in the chaos he created. The Cold War followed, a different kind of war where the threat of nuclear annihilation loomed over humanity like a dark cloud. Tensions simmered as countries armed themselves for an unseen conflict, a specter that haunted generations. The Korean and Vietnam Wars brought the fight to distant lands, where young soldiers faced not just the enemy, but their own doubts and fears. The jungles became a graveyard of dreams, where survival was a daily battle against both the enemy and the haunting memories of friends lost. In the shadows, the Red Horseman continues his relentless ride. Conflicts erupt in every corner of the globe, from the Middle East to Africa, where tribal wars and ideological battles spill over into violence. The cries of the innocent caught in the crossfire resonate through the ages, a reminder that war is never just a clash of arms. It is a heartbreaking tale of families torn apart, of children growing up amid chaos, of dreams shattered by the relentless tide of violence. As the world spins on, the Red Horseman remains an ever-present force, reminding humanity of its capacity for destruction. Each conflict is a chapter in a never-ending story, blood-soaked pages filled with the struggles of those who fought and fell. The tension lingers in the air, a palpable reminder that even in moments of peace, the ghost of war hovers just out of sight, ready to rear its head once more. The cycle continues, an endless loop of hope and despair. As history watches, breath held, waiting for the next act in this eternal tragedy. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing world, where desperation hung in the air like a thick fog, the distant sound of a child's whimper pierced the silence. It echoed through the desolate streets, a haunting reminder of innocence lost. Families huddled together, their faces gaunt and eyes hollow, as they stared at the empty bowls that once brimmed with food. The sun hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows over abandoned markets where fresh produce had once thrived. The Black Horseman was among them, his presence felt in the shudder of every empty stomach, in the silence of every home stripped bare. The year was 1315, and a relentless rain fell upon Europe, a grim omen for what was to come. The soil, once fruitful, became a soggy graveyard for crops, as farmers watched their fields drown in despair. Wheat and barley that had flourished for centuries now lay rotting in mucky puddles. The Black Horseman rode forth, his steed as dark as the clouds above, heralding famine with each thunderous hoofbeat. Those who had sown their seeds in hope now faced a bitter harvest of anguish. Desperation turned into madness. In towns like Flanders and England, people would sell anything they had left, clothes, heirlooms, even their own labor, just for a morsel of bread. Yet the bakers' ovens remained cold, and the millstones stood still, unable to grind what no longer existed. The scent of baked goods became a cruel mockery, wafting through the air from distant, untouched kitchens. Mothers would barter their children's futures for a crust of stale bread, tears streaming down their faces, as the weight of choice crushed them under its burden. In the cities, merchants who once thrived found themselves drowning in debts. The markets became theaters of despair, where the desperation of the common folk clashed with the greed of the wealthy. Gold coins, once a symbol of prosperity, became worthless as the specter of famine gripped the land. Men and women, once proud and dignified, scavenged through the streets like beasts, driven by the primal instinct to survive. The Black Horseman laughed quietly, an echo of sorrow reverberating through the hearts of those left in his wake. In England, the weather had turned unforgiving. A bitter winter extended into an unrelenting spring. Orphans wandered aimlessly, their small bodies wrapped in rags, eyes wide and searching. They were the new heralds of famine, their faces etched with hollowed cheeks and sunken eyes, begging for mercy that rarely came. The churches, once sanctuaries for hope, became overcrowded with the desperate, seeking solace in the arms of God while their physical bodies withered away. Priests prayed fervently, but even their words seemed to falter against the reality of hunger. The Black Horseman had found a cruel ally in disease. As the food supply vanished, so too did health. Pestilence swept through villages and towns, a silent but deadly partner to famine. People fell ill with fever and chills, their frail bodies unable to fight back against the infections that thrived in the wake of starvation. Families who had once shared laughter around the dinner table now mourned over makeshift graves, damp earth covering their loved ones, their bodies a testament to the horseman's ruthless march. In towns like Paris, the tension reached a fever pitch. Angry crowds formed, driven by hunger and frustration. The air was charged with palpable energy as men shouted for justice, demanding to know why the rich feasted while they starved. They stormed the gates of castles, brandishing makeshift weapons, eyes wild with desperation. The Black Horseman reveled in the chaos, savoring the dread that rippled through the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, violence erupted, and the streets ran red, not just with blood, but with the deep-seated rage of a population pushed to the brink. In the countryside, once bustling farms lay abandoned, overgrown with weeds that choked the land. The animals that had once provided sustenance roamed freely, their owners too weak or too desperate to care for them. Fields that had been tended with love and care now lay fallow, a somber reminder of what had been lost. The Black Horseman moved through these desolate lands, a phantom presence, embodying the suffering of millions. Grain silos stood empty, a stark contrast to the hopeful harvests of yesteryear, and every cracked earth was a testament to despair. Yet, amid the wreckage and ruin, Whispers of hope flickered like fragile flames. Radical ideas began to brew, as the oppressed sought not only survival but also change. In taverns and dark corners, conversations sparkled with rebellion. The poor began to unite, sharing what little they had, reminding one another that within the depths of suffering lay the seeds of resilience. The Black Horsemen could sense this shift, a surge of energy that coursed through the very air they breathed. Then came the moment when the first seeds of rebellion were sown in the hearts of men. Inspired by the plight of their neighbors, a group of brave souls gathered, emboldened by the thought that they could fight back. The hunger had awakened something deep within them, an insatiable desire for justice that no longer could be stifled. They began to organize, drawing others into their fold, creating a powerful force against the oppressive chains of hunger and despair. But just as the hope began to swell, the Black Horseman pressed closer. He loomed over the horizon, a shadow growing ever larger, reminding them of the hunger that still gnawed at their bellies and the despair that still lodged itself in their hearts. The echoes of a distant past, where laughter rang out over bountiful feasts, were drowned out by the wails of the present, an unsettling lullaby of suffering that could not be silenced. The fragile flicker of hope was met with the cold, unyielding reality of a society on the brink of collapse. The cries of the hungry mingled with the whispers of revolution, creating a cacophony that echoed through the ages. As the rumble of discontent grew louder, the stage was set for a confrontation that would change the very fabric of their world. The sun dipped lower, the shadows lengthened, and the Black Horseman continued his relentless march, a dark omen of what was yet to come. The air felt heavy, thick with dread, as the village lay cloaked in an eerie silence. It was a silence that whispered of doom, wrapping every soul in a shroud of uncertainty. The townspeople went about their daily lives, but the shadows in their eyes spoke volumes of fear. Whispers of death floated through the streets, a ghostly breeze that brushed against their skin, igniting a pulse of anxiety that quickened with every passing hour. Just beyond the horizon, a dark cloud loomed, ominous and unyielding. It wasn't a storm, but something far worse, a plague that had seeped through the cracks of the earth, clinging to the wind and carrying with it the scent of decay. The villagers had no inkling that their lives were about to be turned upside down, but the signs were there, lurking just beneath the surface. The chickens had fallen silent, the dogs had stopped barking, and the laughter of children had faded away, replaced by muffled cries and the distant tolling of a bell. In the small, thatched-roof cottage at the edge of the village, a woman named Eleanor sat by the fire, cradling her youngest child close to her chest. The warmth of the flames flickered against her pale skin, but the chill in her heart was unrelenting. As she watched her child's fevered brow, every cough felt like a dagger piercing her soul. The doctor had come days before, his face pale, his words clipped. "It's beyond my help," he had said, shuffling away as if the very air around him held the weight of an unspeakable curse. Outside, a figure cloaked in black appeared at the entrance of the village. His presence sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared glance in his direction. The tattered cloak billowed like a harbinger of doom, and with each step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. He was known only as the Pale Horseman, a name that haunted every corner of whispered conversation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like wraiths, the first cries of anguish rang out. It started with a low moan that echoed through the streets, growing louder until it morphed into a cacophony of despair. One by one, families were struck down, their bodies succumbing to the relentless grip of the plague. It was as if the very fabric of life had frayed, unraveling before their eyes. Eleanor's heart raced as the sounds seeped into her home, clawing at her sanity. She held her child tighter, willing the night to pass, but the air was thick with something other than fear. It was the stench of decay, a foul mix of sweat and sickness that seemed to invade her very being. The world outside had turned into a living nightmare, a labyrinth of screams and shadows. Then came the frantic knock at her door, a sound that echoed like a gunshot in the stillness. Eleanor hesitated, her breath caught in her throat. "Eleanor, open the door!" A frantic voice called from the other side. a neighbor, once a friend, now a figure shrouded in desperation. She could hear the panic, the trembling edges of hope fading into despair. With a trembling hand, she opened the door just a crack, her heart pounding in her chest. "My children," the woman gasped, her eyes wide and unrecognizable. "They're sick. Please." Eleanor's heart dropped. But before she could respond, the woman's words became a mere whisper, lost in the growing din of screams that erupted around them. Shadows danced at the edges of Eleanor's vision, and she dared to glance outside. The pale horseman had arrived, a spectral figure weaving through the crowd with a bone-chilling grace. People fell to their knees as he passed, the weight of his presence suffocating. Eleanor's breath hitched as she realized the truth. The pale horseman wasn't just a figure of folklore. He was a manifestation of the plague itself. The embodiment of death had come to claim its due, and the villagers were powerless against its relentless advance. Days turned into nights, and the world outside her door became a haunting tableau of despair. The laughter of children was replaced with cries of agony. The vibrant colors of life faded to shades of gray. Eleanor could feel her own strength waning, her hopes slipping through her fingers like sand. Each cough from her child felt like a countdown, a reminder that time was running out. In the depths of her despair, she recalled the tales of old, when the pale horseman rode across the land, claiming lives with a mere touch. It was said that he could bring the strongest warrior to his knees and the wisest sage to madness. Eleanor had never believed in such stories, but now, as the shadows crept closer, she found herself questioning everything she once thought true. One evening, the sky darkened, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The wind howled like a beast seeking to escape its shackles, and with it came a palpable sense of dread. Eleanor stood by the window, watching the tempest rage, her heart racing as she clutched her child. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the village once more, the pale horseman, his cloak billowing like smoke in the storm. He stood there, an apparition against the backdrop of chaos, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Eleanor's breath caught as their eyes met, a connection forged in fear and understanding. She could see the inevitability of death etched into his gaze, a cruel reminder that no one was safe. The storm unleashed its fury, and the world outside transformed into a whirlwind of chaos. Eleanor could hear screams rising above the wind, the sound of life being extinguished in an instant. The air was electric, charged with anguish, and as the shadows closed in, she felt her heart break. In that moment, she knew she had to fight, for her child, for her village, for the very essence of life itself. But how could one mere woman stand against such a force? The pale horseman beckoned, his presence a constant reminder of her own fragility in a world overrun by despair. As the final cries of the night echoed through the storm, Eleanor made her choice. She would not fall into despair. She would not let the pale horseman claim her without a fight. Gripping her child, she turned away from the window, her heart racing with determination. The battle between life and death was raging, and she would join the fray. With each step, adrenaline coursed through her veins, igniting a spark of courage that she had never known existed within her. The storm raged on outside, but within her, a fire was igniting, a force that would transcend the grip of the pale horseman and the grasp of the plague. The struggle between hope and despair had only just begun. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over a small church in the countryside, its steeple piercing the heavens as if reaching for answers. Inside, a gathering of believers sat in rapt attention, their hearts pounding in unison, all drawn into a timeless debate, the future of the world as foretold in ancient texts. Voices buzzed softly, a mix of excitement and tension swirling in the air, as the pastor stood before them, a beacon of faith amidst uncertainty. Premillennialism, an electrifying belief that heralds a literal 1,000-year reign of Christ on earth, captured the imaginations of many. The faithful envisioned a world transformed, a golden age where love would reign, and the wicked would be cast aside. This perspective painted a vivid picture of Christ descending from the clouds, fiery and fierce, reclaiming his dominion. Many in the gathering felt the thrill of anticipation, their minds racing at the thought. What would it be like to walk alongside the Savior, to witness his righteous judgment unfold right here on earth? Across the room, however, a gentle murmur arose from those who held to amillennialism, a viewpoint that saw the 1,000 years not as a future event, but as a present reality. They believed the kingdom of God was already at work in the hearts of believers, spreading like ripples in a pond. As they shared stories of compassion and love, their voices resonated with a quiet confidence, a belief that the struggle against evil was not a battle yet to come, but one being fought daily in the human spirit. This understanding offered solace. The kingdom was not a distant dream, but an unfolding truth woven into the fabric of everyday life. As the pastor spoke, weaving scripture with heartfelt emotion, the tension in the room was palpable. For every heart that leapt at the promise of a dramatic return, another beat steadily with the assurance that hope was alive and present. History seemed to echo through the walls, reverberating with the voices of early church fathers. Augustine, a stalwart advocate of amillennialism, had once penned thoughts that still ignited fervor. He believed that the first resurrection was the spiritual rebirth of believers, urging them to live as agents of change in an imperfect world. And yet, the allure of premillennialism was undeniable, echoing through the ages with the fiery rhetoric of Darby and the prophetic visions of the early 20th century. The pastor's voice rose, stirring emotions like a wind fanning flames. He recounted the historical struggles between these two interpretations, a saga stretching back centuries. The Protestant Reformation had given birth to varied perspectives, igniting passionate discussions over tea and bread in homes and pubs alike. Men and women clutching their Bibles, wrangling over verses, carving out their beliefs in the face of societal upheaval. In the backdrop of world wars and moral crises, these interpretations became anchors for weary souls seeking understanding in turbulent times. Then, the room fell silent, the pastor's words hanging like a heavy mist. He spoke of the trials faced by early Christians, suffering under persecution, nurturing a yearning for Christ's return. They clung to the hope of premillennialism. Their eyes were set on the horizon, eagerly awaiting a divine intervention that would right the world's wrongs. Yet, there was also beauty in the amillennial view, which emerged as a balm for those battered by despair. It whispered of a God who was not distant but present, working through believers to usher in goodness, even when the world seemed bleak. The tension swelled as differing views clashed softly in the air, like waves lapping against the shore. Each interpretation carried its own sense of urgency and hope, each beckoning the heart towards a different future. The congregation sat at the intersection of faith and doubt, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, an intimate gathering of seekers wrestling with the breath of eternity. The pastor leaned closer, his voice now a conspiratorial whisper, urging them to consider the implications of their beliefs. If Christ would indeed return to reign for 1,000 years, how would that influence their lives today? Would they live in anticipation, or would that hope compel them to act, to bring about the kingdom now? The question hung in the room, a challenge that stirred the hearts of many. And what of those who believed the kingdom was already here? Did they feel the weight of their responsibility, the call to reflect God's love in a world fractured by pain? The image of Christ working through his followers painted a vivid picture in their minds, a tapestry of acts of kindness stitched together by faith. The air thickened as they grappled with the reality of their choices. Would they stand as witnesses to love, or would they remain passive spectators? As the pastor's words wove through their souls, sparks of realization ignited within the hearts of those gathered. They were not merely passive players in a prophetic script. They had the power to shape their world with the choices they made every day. The deep divide between premillennialism and amillennialism began to blur in the presence of shared faith and purpose. They saw that the hope they carried, whether for a triumphant return or a present kingdom, sparked a fire that could not be extinguished. The pastor's voice softened, urging them to consider the unity in their diversity. As the candles flickered and shadows danced on the walls, a hush fell over the congregation. They felt the weight of history, of the countless souls who had walked this path before them, grappling with the same questions. And in that moment, the lines that divided them began to merge, echoing the words of Christ. "Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there am I among them." The gathered believers clung to hope, their hearts beating in rhythm with the promises of old. The rich tapestry of theology, the passionate cries of those yearning for a better tomorrow against the gentle reassurance that God was already at work, wrapped around them like a warm embrace. They were drawn, ever closer, to the core of their shared faith, a flicker of unity amidst a sea of interpretations. As they left the church that evening, the world outside felt charged with possibility. The sun dipped below the horizon, not as a finality, but as an invitation into a new dawn of understanding. And as they stepped into the cool evening air, they carried with them the weight of history, the tension of belief, and a flickering hope that promised to illuminate their paths in the days to come. A hush fell over the land as the sun began its descent, casting an eerie glow over the horizon. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation of something monumental. Whispers of ancient prophecies echoed through the hearts of the faithful and the fearful alike, as the chilling tales of the Four Horsemen loomed closer. These spectral figures, so often depicted in vivid strokes of ink on fragile parchment, held the power to evoke feelings of dread and awe, compelling believers to confront the stark realities of life and death. In the early days of Christianity, the Book of Revelation painted a vivid tapestry of divine judgment, where the end of times was not merely a distant threat but an imminent reality. The horsemen rode forth, each one a harbinger of calamity, their presence igniting a firestorm of emotion in the hearts of those who dared to read their fateful tale. The first horseman, clad in white, galloped forward wielding a bow, symbolizing conquest and the insatiable thirst for power. With each arrow released, hopes were shattered, and dreams turned to dust. The faithful trembled, for they understood that this was not just a future vision but a reflection of human nature, an eternal struggle for dominance that had plagued mankind since time immemorial. And then came the second horseman, a figure shrouded in crimson. His sword gleamed malevolently in the dying light, a stark reminder that war was an ever-present specter, lurking at the precipice of civilization. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded echoed through the streets, a cacophony that resonated through the ages. In this vision, the stakes were high, and the cost of conflict was laid bare. Families torn apart, friendships shattered, and innocence extinguished. The emotional weight of each strike reverberated in the souls of those who bore witness. As the pages turned, it became painfully clear. The horsemen were not just figures of myth. They were reflections of humanity's darkest inclinations. The third horseman followed, an ominous figure draped in black, riding a horse the color of mourning. He bore a set of scales, a symbol of famine and scarcity, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. The earth, once bountiful, now lay in ruins, stripped of its plenty, leaving the people to grapple with hunger and despair. The emotional impact was palpable, an ever-present fear of what could be lost. Children cried for sustenance. Mothers wept for the days of abundance now gone. Each heartache, each pang of hunger, echoed through the ages, uniting those who yearned for hope amidst the ashes of despair. But hope flickered like a candle in the storm, for the final horseman was yet to arrive. The fourth horseman, a skeletal harbinger of death, rode forth on a pale horse, his presence draining the color from the world. As he approached, the winds howled, carrying with them the stark reality of mortality. Each heartbeat felt heavier, every breath a reminder of life's impermanence. The fear of death enveloped the people like a shroud, igniting a desperate longing for meaning in the face of the inevitable. In that moment, the narrative evolved beyond mere prophecy. It became a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest anxieties, a cry for salvation in a world spiraling into chaos. As these figures of lore galloped through the pages of early Christian texts, the emotions they stirred were raw and undeniable. The world was cast into a struggle between good and evil, hope and despair, with each horseman embodying the very essence of human experience. The faithful clung to their beliefs, seeking solace in the notion of divine intervention and the promise of redemption, while the fearful wrestled with the shadows lurking in their own hearts. The stories of the Four Horsemen were not just tales of horror. They were urgent pleas for understanding, a reminder that the battles fought within were as fierce as those waged without. History echoed with stories of those who lived in the shadow of these prophecies. Communities banded together, sharing bread and stories, forging bonds to withstand the trials of their time. They found strength in their shared fears, the very act of living a testament to resilience amidst the chaos. In the ancient catacombs of Rome, believers gathered, their whispered prayers mingling with the silent pleas of the fallen, their faith becoming a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. As the narratives of the horsemen swept through the ages, they transformed into symbols of not only fear but also of hope. In the face of war, famine, and death, humanity sought meaning, turning to faith and fellowship to light their way through the gloom. Each retelling of the horseman's tale served as a reminder that, even in the darkest moments, there existed the possibility of renewal, a chance to rise from the ashes and strive for a better tomorrow. The tension in the air thickened, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of history. The horsemen galloped on, their legacy intertwined with every story of struggle and survival, an indelible mark on the human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the earth, the whispers of those who came before lingered in the twilight. The fear, the hope, the relentless fight for meaning. These were the threads that connected generations, binding them together in a tapestry of existence that stretched beyond time. And so, the narrative continued, unfurling into the next chapter of life's complex saga, where the echoes of the past intertwined with the dreams of the future, leaving readers with a sense of anticipation and wonder. The ride was far from over. The horsemen remained, ever-present forces in the collective consciousness, their stories waiting to unfold anew. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of a medieval town. A chill swept through the air, carrying whispers of ancient fears and dark prophecies. In a small chapel, a flickering candle illuminated a weathered manuscript, its pages trembling with the weight of knowledge. Within those fragile sheets lay the stories of the Four Horsemen, symbols of fate and divine judgment, their spectral forms haunting the imaginations of believers. The first figure, the conqueror, rode forth on a white horse, a crown upon his brow and a bow in his hand. He was the embodiment of hope and power, often seen as a harbinger of Christ's glory. Yet, as the faithful gazed upon him, a shiver ran down their spines. What if this conqueror was not the Messiah they awaited, but a false prophet leading them astray? In the fervor of their adoration, they sensed the thin veil of betrayal lurking beneath the surface, a tension ready to snap. Next came the horsemen of war, clad in crimson armor, wielding a sword that gleamed ominously in the dim light. The townsfolk felt their hearts quicken, recognizing him as the embodiment of strife and bloodshed. His arrival stirred memories of past battles, of neighbors turned enemies, of families torn apart by conflict. In hushed tones, they spoke of the endless cycle of violence that swept through their lands, echoing the biblical prophecy that warned of nation rising against nation. The very air crackled with the fear of an impending storm, a reminder that peace was a fragile illusion. Then, the horsewoman of Famine appeared, her skeletal frame draped in rags, each rib a testament to suffering. She rode a horse pale as death, a chilling sight that sent a wave of despair crashing through the crowd. The townspeople thought of empty granaries and the cries of hungry children. Memories of past harvests lost to blight and drought flooded their minds, visions of despair swirling like autumn leaves in a tempest. They felt the gnawing emptiness of their bellies, the deep-seated dread of starvation creeping ever closer. Famine's presence was a stark reminder of their vulnerability, of how quickly abundance could turn to scarcity, and the sobering realization settled on the crowd like a heavy fog. Riding forth last was the horseman of death, a figure cloaked in shadows, a scythe glinting in the candlelight. A shudder rippled through the gathered souls as they beheld him. They had heard the tales, the chilling stories of loss and grief that echoed through the ages. Their minds conjured images of loved ones taken too soon, of funerals weighed down with sorrow. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that time was fleeting and life was fragile. The presence of death wrapped around them, a cold embrace that left them breathless, terrified of what lay beyond. In the medieval world, these horsemen were more than mere figures in a prophecy. They were reflections of the turmoil and struggles faced by humanity. Beliefs were woven into the fabric of their lives, each interpretation breathing life into the story. Some saw the horsemen as celestial agents of divine retribution, enforcing the will of God upon a sinful world. Others viewed them as allegories for the trials of life, embodying the very real fears that plagued their existence. The townsfolk debated in hushed corners, their conversations filled with urgency, each voice a thread in the tapestry of belief. The conqueror was often seen as a warning against the hubris of man. He represented the ambition that could lead to ruin, the blind pursuit of power that could spiral into tyranny. The townsfolk's trepidation echoed through their discussions. Was it a quest for righteousness or a path paved with deception? The lingering doubts kept them awake at night, questioning their own motives and the leaders they followed. The horseman of war stirred deep-seated emotions, igniting fears of chaos. He was both a terrifying specter and a catalyst for change, a reminder that conflict often birthed new beginnings. The townspeople felt a surge of adrenaline as they spoke of their hopes for peace. Yet they couldn't shake the chill of the sword's edge. Would they ever escape the cycle of violence? Or were they doomed to repeat the mistakes of their ancestors? As for the horsewoman of famine, she was a constant presence in their lives. The scars of hunger were etched into the faces of the old and young alike, a cruel reminder of the fragility of their existence. The discussions grew heated, voices rising in anger and despair as they debated the failures of leadership and the unseen forces that conspired against them. The weight of their collective suffering pressed down upon them, a burden too heavy to bear. And still, amidst the anguish, glimmers of hope emerged, whispers of resilience that refused to be extinguished. Finally, the specter of death loomed large in their hearts. He was both a foe and a friend, a familiar presence in a world of uncertainty. The townsfolk felt the sting of loss, every death a reminder of their shared humanity. In their grief, they found connection. In their sorrow, they sought solace. The conversations turned to memories, laughter breaking through the tears as they shared stories of those they had lost. They clung to the belief that love transcended even the finality of death, a flame that could never be snuffed out. As the discussions swirled like wind through the leaves, the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced on the chapel walls. The horsemen, with their varied interpretations, wove an intricate pattern of fear and hope, darkness and light. The townsfolk felt a deep urge to understand, to connect the threads of their lives with the visions they saw. Was there a truth hidden within the chaos? A meaning in the madness? Each heart raced with the urgency of revelation, the thirst for understanding driving them forward into the night. The shadows lengthened, cloaking the chapel in mystery. The atmosphere thickened, charged with emotion and unrest. Each horseman, a symbol, a lesson, a truth waiting to be uncovered. And as the townsfolk whispered and pondered, the clock struck midnight, a reminder that their journey was far from over. The night lay open before them, a vast expanse of uncertainty, ready to be filled with the echoes of their quest for meaning in a world ruled by the horsemen. The clatter of hooves echoed through the cobbled streets of Florence, a sound that seemed to vibrate with the pulse of a city bursting with creativity and ambition. On this vibrant canvas of the Renaissance, something extraordinary was brewing, a transformation that would ripple through time and challenge the very nature of existence as it was known. Artists and thinkers, spurred by the thrill of rediscovery, stood on the brink of a new era, ready to reimagine everything, even the horsemen of the apocalypse. In the dimly lit corners of dusty workshops, brushes danced across canvases as if they had a heartbeat of their own. Leonardo da Vinci, a master of blending art with science, spent countless hours contemplating the anatomy of horses. To him, they were not just animals. They embodied grace and power, symbols of the human spirit's boundless quest for knowledge. Each stroke he painted whispered tales of warriors and kings, of battles fought on the backs of these magnificent creatures. The horsemen were no longer mere harbingers of doom. They were redefined as embodiments of strength, resilience, and the duality of existence itself. Meanwhile, across the grassy hills of Italy, Michelangelo sculpted, his chisel striking stone with the ferocity of thunder. The figures he carved were imbued with a sense of urgency, a tangible tension that seemed to burst forth from the marble. His depiction of the horsemen became an exploration of the human condition, fierce yet vulnerable, radiant yet shadowed. In the heart of his creations, a powerful narrative emerged, that of mankind grappling with its own destiny. The horsemen morphed into reflections of humanity's fears and hopes, their steeds galloping not just through the fields of battle, but through the very soul of civilization. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting an amber glow over the city, a group of thinkers gathered at a table in a candlelit tavern. They spoke of philosophy and art, of life and death. The air was thick with anticipation as they debated the significance of the horsemen in this new age. No longer did they see them as mere symbols of the end. Instead, they envisioned a future where these figures could inspire change, provoke thought, and ignite a passion for life itself. They saw the horsemen as catalysts, urging humanity to confront its own darkness and strive for a brighter tomorrow. But outside, the streets were not so serene. The tension of the times was palpable. The plague, a grim shadow over Europe, had not yet fully receded. Fear and uncertainty raged, and the horsemen, with their ominous presence, loomed over the populace as a stark reminder of mortality. Each gust of wind carried whispers of despair, and yet, within those whispers, seeds of rebirth were being sown. The very act of depicting the horsemen became an act of defiance, a declaration that even in the face of devastation, creativity could thrive and beauty could emerge from ashes. In the marketplace, vendors hawked their wares, but their voices were drowned out by the laughter of children who played in the streets. They were blissfully unaware of the darkness that had touched their forebears. The Renaissance was a paradox, a blending of light and shadow, and it was during this tumultuous time that the horsemen began to morph into symbols of potential rather than destruction. They transformed into representations of the cycles of life, where death paved the way for rebirth, where endings signified new beginnings. As artists took up their brushes and sculptors their chisels, they ignited a fervor that spread like wildfire. The horsemen galloped through the imaginations of many, a tapestry woven from myriad perspectives. In Spain, Albrecht Dürer, with his meticulous engravings, captured a haunting beauty in his depiction of war, with a fiery gaze and a steed that seemed to breathe smoke. The power dynamics of his time were laid bare. The horsemen had become mirrors reflecting humanity's struggles, its triumphs, and its capacity for both destruction and creation. Yet, as the Renaissance flourished, the world outside was increasingly restless. Dreams of utopia battled against the harsh realities of life. The horsemen, in their reimagined forms, now served as reminders of the fragility of peace in a world so often gripped by chaos. They were not just figures cloaked in allegory but living symbols of the constant push and pull between hope and despair. Underneath the luminescent glow of the stars, the horsemen rode forth from the canvases and sculptures. Their presence felt deeply by all who beheld them. Artists began to narrate stories not just of doom but of resilience, of humanity's fierce spirit that refused to be extinguished, even in the darkest of times. Each brushstroke and chisel mark became a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated with the collective experience of a society grappling with its identity in a world that was rapidly evolving. And then, in the midst of all this creativity, a spark of rebellion flickered. A group of young artists, inspired by the legacy of their predecessors, sought to challenge the very foundations of how the horsemen were perceived. They rejected the notion that these figures could only symbolize destruction. Instead, they painted them as unwilling heroes in their own right, caught in a web of fate that forced them to confront the realities of existence. With every stroke, they infused the horsemen with a sense of agency, a powerful reminder that even those perceived as harbingers of despair could choose to fight for a different future. The atmosphere crackled with intensity, as the horsemen galloped not merely through fields of battle, but through the consciousness of a world awakening to its own potential. They became symbols of transformation, shifting from mere messengers of the end to champions of the new era taking root in the hearts of the people. The Renaissance had indeed reimagined everything, and in this fervor, the horsemen emerged not just as figures of fate, but as catalysts for change, nudging humanity toward a collective reckoning of its past, present, and future. Amidst the tension and creativity, a whisper emerged, a promise that the legacy of the horsemen would intertwine with the unfolding tales of humanity, forever leaving its mark on the narratives of life and death. The artists, thinkers, and dreamers of the Renaissance stood poised, ready to carve out a new reality where fear and hope danced together in a delicate balance. In this moment, the horsemen galloped into a future ripe with possibility, beckoning all to witness the dawn of a new age. The sound of hooves thundered like a heartbeat, echoing through the ages, a relentless rhythm that reverberated in the soul of humanity. For figures emerged from the shadows, tall, regal, and ominous. They rode forth, cloaked in the symbolism of dread, power, and despair. Death on a pale horse, war in crimson armor, famine holding a scale, and pestilence with a crown of disease. These were the horsemen, their presence both haunting and awe-inspiring, immortalized in a myriad of ways across centuries of art. In every brushstroke, every chiseled line, the essence of these horsemen lingered like a whisper of fate. From the ancient frescoes of Pompeii, where they galloped through the chaotic tumble of human existence, to the illuminated manuscripts of the Middle Ages, where they sat atop their steeds in a dance of death and destiny, they captivated hearts. Malicious and merciless, yet oddly fascinating, the horsemen beckoned viewers to confront their own mortality. The Renaissance offered a fresh canvas, a rebirth of ideas and emotions, and artists seized the opportunity to depict these figures with newfound depth. Albrecht Dürer, in the early 16th century, painted the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Their faces, twisted in expressions of fury and sorrow, seemed to challenge the viewer, demanding to know, what would you do in the face of calamity? Dürer's meticulous details, the wild mane of war's steed, the emaciated figure of famine, captured the raw, unfiltered emotions of an era steeped in conflict and plague. Each gaze bore the weight of history, and in those eyes, one could find a reflection of their own fears. As centuries rolled on, the horsemen became more than mere figures of doom. They morphed into symbols of societal struggles. Francisco Goya's The Disasters of War, a haunting series etched in the midst of the Napoleonic invasions, portrayed the devastation wrought by man, echoing the dread of pestilence and war. Goya's brushwork, raw and frenzied, captured the agony of his time, each image etched with a visceral sense of despair. In his depictions, the horsemen were not distant specters. They were the very flesh and blood of human suffering, walking among the living, leaving trails of sorrow. As the 19th century blossomed, the horsemen found themselves in the hands of artists like Gustave Doré, whose illustrations of the Divine Comedy brought them into the realm of literature. Doré's images were imbued with a grandeur that seemed to elevate the horsemen beyond mere symbols of doom. They became harbingers of a larger narrative, one of divine judgment and the eternal struggle between good and evil. The swirling clouds in Doré's stormy skies seemed to pulse with energy, and in that turbulence lay the promise of change, a battle for redemption. By the time the 20th century unfurled its canvas, the horsemen had transformed yet again, taking on new meanings in a world ravaged by 2 world wars and the specter of atomic annihilation. Artists like Otto Dix presented the horsemen as grotesque figures in the rubble of civilization, their twisted forms a stark reminder of humanity's violent tendencies. They embodied the despair of a generation that had witnessed the worst of mankind. In every stroke, Dix captured the essence of chaos, inviting viewers to confront the darkness that lay in the hearts of men. The modern era brought with it an explosion of artistic voices. The horsemen became icons of resistance and defiance in the hands of pop artists. They were reimagined as symbols of protest, confronting issues like inequality and environmental ruin. In a world frayed at the edges, these figures emerged not just as harbingers of doom, but as reminders of the resilience of the human spirit. Artists like Keith Haring infused the Horsemen with vibrant colors and energetic lines, turning their grim legacy into a rallying cry for change. Haring's vivid murals, pulsating with life, transformed the narrative, giving the Horsemen a voice in a world hungry for justice. Even today, in the age of digital artistry, the Horsemen gallop across screens and canvases, adapting to the anxieties and aspirations of contemporary society. They appear in graphic novels and animated stories, their essence woven into the fabric of modern mythology. In each portrayal, they serve as a reflection of humanity's ongoing battle with its own demons: climate change, war, disease, and famine. Yet they are met with resilience, innovation, and hope. The Horsemen inspire a call to arms against complacency, urging humanity to rise and confront the storms ahead. Through the ages, the Horsemen have become more than mere figures of apocalypse. They are mirrors reflecting our fears, our struggles, and ultimately, our humanity. In every period, they have transcended the boundaries of time, adapting and evolving yet remaining unmistakably powerful. Each stroke of the brush, each sculpted form, carries with it the weight of history and a pulse that resonates with existence itself. A reminder that in the face of calamity, the spirit of life endures. Their tale is timeless, a thread woven through the tapestry of art and life. Those who have encountered the Horsemen have felt a chill race down their spines, a spark of recognition, a confrontation with the depths of human emotion. Whether in the gilded halls of ancient cathedrals or the vibrant streets of modern cities, their presence lingers, a testament to our collective journey through darkness and a whisper of what lies ahead. The air crackled with an eerie tension, as if the very fabric of existence held its breath. A storm brewed overhead, dark clouds swirling like thoughts of doom, casting shadows over a world teetering on the edge of despair. It was in this charged atmosphere that the Four Horsemen loomed, figures of legend and terror, galloping through the pages of history and literature, leaving a trail of fear and reflection in their wake. In the dim corridors of Dante Alighieri's mind, the Horsemen were more than mere symbols. They were harbingers of fate. Riding forth on their spectral steeds, they embodied conquest, war, famine, and death, each one a potent force that whispered warnings to the living. Dante's Divine Comedy painted them in vivid strokes, casting them into a journey through hell, guiding lost souls to the harsh truths of their existence. The reader felt the weight of their hooves thundering against the earth, each beat echoing the struggles of humanity, a reminder that our choices often lead us to the precipice of our own undoing. In those pages, Conquest, adorned in armor that glinted ominously, brandished a bow that shot arrows straight to the hearts of men, igniting ambition and igniting wars that would ravage nations. The thrill of victory came at a steep price, as kingdoms crumbled beneath the weight of pride. The reader could almost hear the battle cries, the clash of swords, and the haunting cries of those who fell in the name of glory. Yet, in their triumph, a question lingered. What is victory if built on the suffering of others? Then came war, a figure drenched in blood and chaos, wielding a sword that seemed to thirst for conflict. The Horsemen rode through the ages, an ever-present reminder of humanity's relentless cycle of violence. From the trenches of World War I to the battlefields of modern warfare, war's specter cast a long shadow over every conflict. The pages trembled with the stories of soldiers, their hopes crushed under the weight of duty, families torn apart, and innocence obliterated. Each story became a testament to the fragility of peace, leaving readers with a chilling realization. With each war fought, another horseman was summoned. As the dust settled, Famine galloped forth, a haunting figure whose presence brought an unsettling stillness. Emaciated and gaunt, this horseman bore witness to the ravages of starvation, his hollow eyes reflecting the struggles of countless souls. Readers could almost feel the pangs of hunger, the desperation of families scavenging for scraps, and the haunting cries of children unable to fill their empty bellies. Famine was a silent killer, lurking in the shadows, reminding humanity of its vulnerability. The cycle of greed and neglect echoed through the ages, and with each tale of scarcity, the chilling truth became clearer. Abundance for some often meant deprivation for others. The final horseman, death, rode in serenity, cloaked in shadows that seemed to dance around him. A paradox of fear and acceptance, death was a constant companion in the human experience. In literature, he appeared in many forms: an old man with a scythe, a grim figure at the end of a journey, or a comforting presence in the face of grief. His arrival was both an ending and a promise of new beginnings, an eerie reminder that life is fleeting, and every heartbeat could be the last. The tales spun around his inevitability brought tears, laughter, and contemplation, forcing readers to confront their own mortality. As centuries passed, the Four Horsemen continued to gallop through the minds of writers, poets, and storytellers, their legacy intertwining with the very essence of literature. From the solemn prose of John Milton to the haunting verses of modern poets, their influence was undeniable. In the post-apocalyptic landscapes of contemporary novels, they emerged as both metaphors and real threats, embodying the struggles of a world on the brink of collapse. The writers weaved tales of survival, resilience, and hope against the backdrop of despair, enshrining the horsemen as eternal specters in the collective consciousness. The horsemen became more than just characters in stories. They transformed into the very essence of the human condition. They were reflections of our fears, our struggles, and our unstoppable march toward the unknown. In the gripping narratives of today, they serve as reminders that, while we may confront them as archetypes, we are also the authors of our own fate. Each choice, each action could summon a horseman, and the reader felt the weight of this realization pressing against their chest. In the pages of modern stories, the horsemen galloped through dystopian landscapes, appearing at the crossroads of humanity's greatest challenges. With every turn of the page, the reader sensed their presence, igniting a longing to understand the delicate dance between creation and destruction. The tension hung thick in the air as they rode, ever watchful, ever waiting, reminding humanity that the line between salvation and ruin is often blurred. The stories told were not merely tales of horror but also of resilience, of individuals standing defiantly against the tide of despair. They were whispers of hope amidst the chaos, showing that even in the darkest times, humanity could rise, refusing to be defined by the horsemen that rode alongside them. And as the reader turned each page, their heart raced, caught in the throes of emotion, swept away by the stories that intertwined with their own lives. The world spun on, a delicate balance of light and darkness, and the horsemen continued to gallop through the annals of literature. Their presence, both chilling and familiar, intertwined with the stories of love, loss, and the fierce will to survive. They were not mere figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of humanity's eternal struggle, riding alongside us as we sought meaning in the chaos, understanding in the suffering, and hope amid despair. The storm rumbled on, the horsemen ever present, whispering promises of both destruction and rebirth. And with each heartbeat, the world continued to turn, teetering on the brink of the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. Amidst the flickering light of a theater, a hush fell over the audience. The screen pulsed with life, and there they were, the horsemen, cloaked in mystery and charged with an unsettling energy that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Death, war, famine, and pestilence. Each figure brought to life in ways that sent shivers down spines, sparking curiosity and dread. These spectral riders of the apocalypse, drawn from ancient texts, have galloped into the world of film and television, leaving an indelible mark on popular culture that resonates throughout generations. It was a dark winter night when the Horsemen first made their cinematic debut in the 1980 cult classic, The Seven Seals. The feel of cold stone against the skin, the weight of mortality looming large, and a grim chess game between life and death echoed in every frame. Audiences gasped as Death, cloaked in black, skillfully maneuvered his pieces. The director, Ingmar Bergman, infused the timeless tale with existential questions that flickered like candlelight. What is the meaning of life? What awaits us beyond the grave? These ideas wrap around the viewer like a shroud, leaving them breathless and restless, hungry for answers. A few decades later, horror found a new home in the 2000 film, The Horsemen. This gripping thriller, with its dark storylines and haunting visuals, reimagined the biblical prophets as harbingers of doom in a modern urban landscape. The characters' fates twisted and turned like a serpent, reflecting the complexity of human emotions. As the story unfolded, the audience found themselves precariously perched on the edge of their seats. The line between good and evil blurred, and every choice echoed with consequences. The Horsemen unveiled their twisted motivations, revealing the raw, visceral fears that echo within us all. Television too embraced these enigmatic figures, showcasing them in compelling narratives that sparked discussions and ignited imaginations. The critically acclaimed series, Supernatural, introduced a brilliant take on the Horsemen, weaving them into a modern mythology that somehow felt both familiar and fresh. Audiences were drawn into a world where war raged in human hearts, famine spread like wildfire, and pestilence loomed, a dark specter haunting every corner. The characters, layered with emotional depth, resonated with viewers, making them question not only their own choices, but the very fabric of morality in a chaotic world. As the seasons rolled on, the creators of Supernatural enriched the tales of the Horsemen with backstories that tugged at heartstrings and invoked empathy. Who were these riders, really? Were they mere agents of destruction? Or did they serve a purpose in the grand tapestry of existence? Each episode left a trail of breadcrumbs, inviting viewers to ponder the intricate dance between fate and free will, order and chaos. Then, as the dawn of a new era approached, the Horsemen galloped into the realm of animated storytelling. The Sandman, based on Neil Gaiman's graphic novels, offered one of the most hauntingly beautiful portrayals of death. With an ethereal grace, she was neither a figure of fear nor sadness, but of acceptance, a gentle guide through the inevitable. This portrayal struck a chord deep within the human heart, stirring emotions that had long lain dormant. Death, often seen as the ultimate villain, transformed into a character with empathy and understanding, urging us to cherish life even as it slips through our fingers. With each frame, the Horsemen became more than mere foils of doom. They reflected the struggles and triumphs of humanity. They forced us to confront our darkest fears and embrace the fragility of existence. The stories told through film and television shone a light on the complexities of life, allowing viewers to confront their mortality in safe spaces. Each cinematic appearance of the Horsemen was a reminder that in the face of chaos, there is beauty in struggle, grace in despair, and hope in the darkness. As the screen faded to black, leaving viewers in a reflective silence, the echo of the Horsemen lingered on. Their presence was felt not just as harbingers of doom, but as profound symbols of the human condition. The raw emotions, the tension, the heart-wrenching dilemmas presented in these tales left audiences yearning for more, grasping for the threads of their own existence. In the shadows of this captivating narrative, the Horsemen awaited their next appearance. Perhaps they would re-emerge in a gripping documentary, weaving historical facts with modern-day implications. Or perhaps they would gallop once more into the realm of horror, each rider becoming a mirror that reflected the deepest fears of society at that moment in time. The possibilities stretched infinitely like the night sky, each star twinkling with potential stories yet to be told. Even as the credits rolled and the lights brightened, the lingering questions remained. What do the Horsemen mean to us? Are they mere figments of the imagination? Or do they hold a mirror to our souls, challenging us to confront the uncomfortable truths of our existence? In this swirling dance of life and death, chaos and order, the Horsemen stood as eternal witnesses, reminding us that every story, every struggle, and every choice we make echoes through the ages. And as new generations take up the mantle of storytelling, the Horsemen will continue to gallop through our collective consciousness, challenging us to confront the demons that reside within and the world outside. The room was thick with tension, as the flickering shadows danced against the walls, casting ominous forms that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. A single voice broke through the murmurs, echoing through the ages with a resonance that sent shivers down spines. What if the end of the world isn't a fiery apocalypse, but a slow erasure of our humanity? The question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, inviting every ear to lean in closer, to grasp at something that felt both familiar and terrifying. The horsemen, those four figures, cloaked in myth and history, have galloped through the corridors of time. War, famine, pestilence, and death. Their mere mention sends a chill that prickles the skin. They arrive not just as heralds of doom, but as profound metaphors that saturate political discourse. They represent the forces that shape societies, challenge leaders, and provoke the very essence of human existence. Each horseman carries a message, infused with the weight of history, urging us to confront the stark realities of our world. Imagine the figure of war, fierce eyes glinting beneath a blood-red sky, a symbol not merely of conflict but of the ceaseless struggle for power. Throughout history, leaders have wielded the sword and the pen, tearing nations apart while proclaiming righteousness. The echoes of battle can be heard in the cries of citizens, as war rides through political speeches, cloaked in promises of peace that often lead to bloodshed. The tales of ancient empires, from the Roman legions to modern conflicts, serve as reminders that war is not just a battlefield. It is a tactic, a negotiation laid bare, where lives hang in the balance of political ambition. Famine follows closely, a shadow that stalks every miscalculated decision and broken promise. With hollow cheeks and desperate eyes, this horseman reveals the consequences of neglect and greed. The Great Famine of the 14th century, the Irish potato famine, these are not mere historical footnotes. They are a testament to the human cost of flawed governance. Each time leaders prioritize wealth over welfare, the specter of famine rises, igniting unrest and despair. The cries of the hungry pierce through time, reminding us that the choices of the few can lead to the suffering of many. It is a haunting reminder that in the pursuit of power, the most vulnerable are often left to bear the brunt of the consequences. And then there is pestilence, the silent rider, creeping into the shadows of society. It lurks in the corners, waiting for the moment when fear and uncertainty pave the way for its arrival. The Black Death swept across Europe, decimating populations and forcing a reckoning with mortality. Today, the specter of disease still haunts our world, embodied in every political debate ignited by public health crises. Pestilence reminds us of the fragility of life and the importance of unity in the face of dire threats. It pushes leaders to act, to confront the reality of their choices, lest they find their nations crippled by inaction. The lingering dread of a pandemic can turn rhetoric into action, or despair into chaos. Death, the final horseman, is the ultimate reality that ties all others together. As a constant presence in political discourse, death embodies the stakes of policy decisions, the urgency of social justice, and the risk of complacency. From the ancient philosophers, who pondered the meaning of life in light of death, to modern leaders who grapple with the consequences of their decisions, death serves as a powerful metaphor. It looms over debates about war, healthcare, and climate change, reminding us that every choice has a consequence, and every life lost is a story untold. As the shadows lengthen, these horsemen become more than mere symbols. They are the embodiment of human fears, aspirations, and the stark reality of existence. Political discourse transformed by their influence becomes a battleground where the stakes are not just political victories but the very fabric of society itself. The horsemen provoke a visceral response, igniting discussions that reach into the depths of human experience. Leaders, cloaked in their own ambitions, must reckon with these figures. The horsemen demand accountability, urging citizens to question the motives behind political rhetoric. Each election cycle, the promises made are colored by the specters of war, famine, pestilence, and death. As debates unfold in cities and towns, the public begins to feel the weight of their choices, the repercussions echoing through generations. The tension builds, and the stakes rise higher, as each act of leadership is scrutinized under the watchful eyes of these timeless figures. In the throes of political strife, the shadows of the horsemen loom larger than life. Their haunting presence is felt as citizens rally, protest, or turn away in apathy. The power of these metaphors lays bare the human condition, forcing us to confront what lies beneath the surface of our shared experience. The horsemen do not simply ride into the night. They gallop through the pages of history, urging us to listen, to feel, and to act. And so, as the flickering candlelight casts its glow on the weary faces in the room, they are reminded once again that the horsemen are not far removed from their reality. They are here, alive in every decision made, every voice raised in protest, every heart that beats for justice. The cycle continues, unbroken and relentless, as echoes of the past intertwine with the present, binding humanity in an unyielding dance of fate. The horsemen ride on, forever entwined in the narrative of our political existence, reminding us that the battle is far from over. With the roar of engines slicing through the air, the battlefield transforms into a scene of chaos. Dust swirls like spirits rising from the ground, and the thunderous sound of artillery echoes against a backdrop of smoke and despair. In this moment, the shadows of history merge with the present, reminding us of the warriors of old, the horsemen. Their legacy, both revered and feared, looms large over modern warfare, whispering lessons that resonate through time. The horsemen are not merely figures from folklore. They embody the essence of combat, each representing a facet of warfare that has evolved yet remains crucial to understanding conflict today. They are conquest, war, famine, and death, each a chilling reminder of humanity's darker impulses and the dire consequences they bring. As modern soldiers march into battle, the specters of these horsemen stir, fueling their resolve and haunting their dreams. Conquest rides at the front lines, a relentless force driving nations to expand their territories and influence. With no room for hesitation, the thirst for power ignites conflicts that span continents. From the blitzkrieg tactics of World War II to the swift maneuvers of contemporary warfare, the principles of conquest still ring true. The powerful roar of tanks charging across the landscape echoes the sound of hooves pounding against the earth, an undeniable testament to humanity's unquenchable ambition. Soldiers in armored vehicles feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, knowing they are part of a relentless march that stretches back centuries. But conquest is a fickle friend, and it often breeds war. The insatiable need for dominance can spark a fire that engulfs entire nations. In the dusty fields of Vietnam or the urban chaos of the Middle East, warriors find themselves ensnared in a struggle that transcends borders and ideologies. The adrenaline rush of combat, the camaraderie formed in life-or-death situations, these moments bind soldiers together in ways that words cannot capture. Yet, as they charge forward, they can't escape the sorrow of loss that follows. Each fallen comrade is a reminder of the cost of war, a price paid in the currency of blood and sacrifice. Famine rides alongside war, a silent yet devastating specter that haunts the aftermath of conflict. As soldiers fight for their nations, the innocent often pay the highest price. The cries of children echo in the silence left behind, their bellies empty, their futures dimmed. The connection between the battlefield and the suffering of civilians is stark, a reminder of the ripple effects that conflict brings. While soldiers may feel invincible in their armor, the reality of famine brings them back to earth, grounding them in the harsh truth that victory often comes at an unbearable cost. Death, the final horseman, looms like a dark cloud over all warfare. Its presence is felt in every gunshot fired and every explosion that rocks the ground. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers breathed in the acrid smoke and listened to the haunting cries of their fallen brothers, knowing all too well that they faced an enemy more formidable than any human foe. Even in the modern battlefield, with drones and cyber warfare, death is an ever-present companion. It lurks in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike, leaving behind a trail of grief that lingers long after the last shot is fired. As history unfolds, these horsemen continue to ride into new conflicts, their influence felt in every strategy, every decision made by military leaders. The echoes of past wars resonate with the sounds of modern battles, reminding soldiers that they are part of a larger narrative, one woven with threads of ambition, strife, and heartache. In the minds of those who fight, the weight of history bears down heavily, a constant reminder of the cyclical nature of conflict. But within this cycle, there are moments of humanity that emerge, shining like beacons in the darkness. Soldiers extend their hands to help those in need, even in the chaos of war. The bonds forged through shared experiences create a sense of purpose that transcends the horsemen's ominous presence. In the throes of conflict, courage shines brightly, illuminating the darkest corners of the human spirit. These men and women carry with them stories of bravery, resilience, and hope, a defiance against the inevitability that the horsemen represent. As modern warfare evolves with technology and new strategies, the essence of the horsemen remains unchanged. The lessons they offer are timeless, echoes of an age-old struggle that continue to shape the landscape of conflict. The battlefield may be transformed through innovation, yet the fundamental truths of human nature, the desire for power, the consequences of war, the suffering of innocence, and the omnipresence of death, remain intact. With each new generation of warriors, the horsemen ride on, challenging them to confront their own fears and desires. The fate of nations hangs in the balance, and as they face the specter of their predecessors, they grapple with what it means to wield power responsibly. The legacy of the horsemen is not just a tale of destruction. It is a call to reflection, urging soldiers to navigate the treacherous waters of warfare with a sense of morality and a commitment to humanity. In the midst of battle, as the sun dips below the horizon and firelight flickers in the encampments, soldiers gather around to share stories, forging connections that transcend the chaos surrounding them. They laugh, they cry, and in those moments they find solace in each other, a small reprieve from the weight of the horsemen that ride with them. Yet, as the night deepens, a palpable tension hangs in the air. Pulses, greed, lust, and pride. The horsemen stir restlessly, their influence entwined with every heartbeat, reminding warriors that the fight is not just against an enemy, but against the very nature of war itself. The struggle persists, reverberating through time, as each horseman beckons soldiers to rise, to confront their fears, and to shape the very destiny of mankind. The sky, once a vibrant canvas of blue, lay cloaked in a thick, choking haze. The sun, struggling to break through, cast an eerie, blood-red glow upon a world slowly crumbling. It was an unsettling sight that stirred an ancient fear buried deep within humanity, a fear of nature's wrath unleashed upon a world that dared to take her for granted. Whispers of the past echoed in the breeze, tales of civilizations that had risen and fallen, victims of their own arrogance. Little did they know, the darkness was only beginning to unfurl its wings. Across the land, rivers that once flowed with life had turned into languid veins of sludge, choked by the remnants of human greed. Fish lay belly up, their scales dulled by pollution. Villages that thrived along the banks, where laughter mingled with the songs of birds, fell silent, their inhabitants driven away by the stench and decay. In the shadows cast by high-tech factories, children played in the dirt, their laughter tinged with the knowledge that the sky was not the only thing changing. The Black Horseman was riding closer, a harbinger of famine, his dark silhouette looming just beyond the horizon. For centuries, humanity had danced on the precipice of disaster. The Great Famine of the 14th century had left millions starved, the fields barren and the stomachs of the innocent gnawing emptiness. Corn, once a staple of life, had become a ghost of its former self as blight swept through crops, leaving desolation in its wake. The Black Horseman rode then, a figure so haunting that his name became a part of folklore, a warning of the consequences of neglecting the land. Those who lived through it spoke of the cries that echoed in the night, a chorus of despair that chilled the very marrow of their bones. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the specter of famine reared its head again. Dust storms, colossal walls of earth, swept through the American Midwest, transforming rich farmland into a wasteland. The Dust Bowl, it was called, a tragic testament to the power of nature and the fragility of human endeavor. Families were uprooted, leaving in their wake memories of laughter and toil, replaced by the sound of despair as the Black Horseman galloped through the parched earth. Children watched as their playgrounds turned to dust, their dreams buried beneath layers of dirt. A sense of dread lingered, thick and palpable, as the 21st century approached. Scientists warned of melting ice caps and rising seas, each report more alarming than the last. The voice of the earth grew more desperate, but humanity, caught in its own web of convenience, turned a deaf ear to the cries of a dying planet. Cities burgeoned and expanded, each concrete structure a tombstone marking nature's slow demise. Forests were felled, their ancient trees replaced with skeletal remains, while the wildlife that once called these lands home vanished, leaving behind an echo of what was once a thriving ecosystem. Then came the hurricanes, terrifying gales that screamed through coastal towns, uprooting lives and shattering homes. Hurricane Katrina, a name etched in the annals of history, left New Orleans drowning, a ghost town of memories and lost hopes. Beyond the storm's fury, the whisper of the Black Horsemen grew louder, a relentless reminder that the scales of justice were tipping. Nature was retaliating, and the price would be paid in the currency of famine and despair. In the heart of the Amazon, the lungs of the earth gasped for breath as chainsaws tore through the vibrant green tapestry. Each tree that fell echoed a scream, each sound a reminder of the life it once held. Indigenous tribes, protectors of the land, watched in horror as their home was stripped bare, the creatures of the forest fleeing from the encroachment of men. The Black Horsemen stood at the edge, a dark figure against the backdrop of smoke and ash, waiting for the day the land would yield no more. The cries of the planet were becoming impossible to ignore. Climate change, a specter that threatened to upend the very fabric of life, loomed like a storm cloud. Typhoons grew fiercer, droughts stretched on endlessly, and the Black Horseman galloped forth, trailing destruction in his wake. People rallied, hearts beating with a newfound urgency, as they fought against the tide of despair. Yet, with every step forward, it seemed 2 steps back were taken, the cycle of neglect and arrogance repeating itself like a grim refrain. In the quiet corners of the world, however, hope flickered like a candle in the night. There were communities banding together, planting trees, cleaning rivers, creating gardens in deserts. Acts of defiance against the relentless advance of the Black Horsemen, gestures that whispered of resilience and determination. Yet, the enormity of the crises remained, looming large and dark. As autumn leaves began to fall, a chilling wind swept through the valleys, carrying with it a foreboding sense of what lay ahead. The earth trembled beneath the weight of its sorrow, a reminder that the time for reckoning was near. Will humanity rise to meet the challenge, or will the Black Horseman reign supreme, his shadow stretching farther than the eye could see? The night grew heavy with unanswered questions, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a precipice. The twisted narrative of humanity's relationship with nature reached a climactic point, where every choice, every action, every drop of hope mattered. There, in the depths of uncertainty, the Black Horseman awaited, a stark reminder that the clock was ticking and the Earth's patience was wearing thin. Beneath the heavy, gray sky of a tumultuous world, four riders emerge from the shadows, their presence igniting a chill that sweeps through history like a gust of wind before a storm. They ride not just as figures of legend but as harbingers of chaos, linking them inexorably to the fabric of human strife and suffering. Each horseman, conquest, war, famine, and death, bears a name that resonates through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who lived through the horrors and joys of their time. In the year 476 AD, as the Western Roman Empire crumbled under the weight of its own decadence and corruption, the pale rider on a white steed galloped forth, ushering in a new era of conquest. The fall of Rome became a canvas splattered with the blood of battles fought and lost. Tribes like the Visigoths and Vandals surged into the heart of what was once an unassailable empire, claiming lands and lives with a fervor that would echo for centuries. The horseman of conquest, with his gleaming crown and bow, seemed to steer the course of history, preying upon the weaknesses of a once mighty civilization, leaving behind echoes of glory turned to dust. As the sun set on the flailing empire, a darker specter emerged. The horseman of war, clad in crimson, roused nations to rise against one another. It was in the fields of Agincourt in 1415 that the clashing of swords and the cries of men took on a life of their own, as English longbows rained death upon a numerically superior French army. It was a dance of fate orchestrated by the horsemen, where valor and desperation became indistinguishable. Each arrow loosed was a prayer, a scream, a mark of humanity caught in the throes of conflict. The ground soaked up the blood of heroes and cowards alike, and history stood still for a moment to witness the birth of legends forged in fire and shadow. Famine followed, a relentless specter lurking in the background, whispering in the ears of those who dared hope for a brighter tomorrow. The horsemen, draped in tattered rags, shadowed the world with a promise of suffering that few could escape. The Great Famine of 1315 ravaged Europe, a time when the earth itself seemed to turn against its people. Crops failed, and the bitter bite of hunger tore through communities, fracturing families and sowing despair. People turned to unspeakable acts to survive, and the horsemen watched, unflinching, as humanity clawed at the edges of its own morality. Mothers held their dying children while gazing at the empty fields, and in their eyes, the fear of the horseman's grip was unmistakable, a dark mirror reflecting the fragility of life itself. Then came the final rider, death, quietly weaving through the tapestry of human existence. The Black Death swept through Europe, a plague that knew no mercy, claiming millions in its chilling embrace. The horseman did not ride alone. He brought with him despair and loss, sweeping through towns like a dark blizzard, leaving silence in its wake. The streets filled with the hushed whispers of the dying, and the air was tainted with the scent of decay. In the face of such overwhelming dread, faith faltered, and the very fabric of society began to unravel. Death did not discriminate. Kings and beggars alike fell under his relentless gaze. Each life taken was a reminder that no one could escape the inevitable. In the midst of this chaos, the connection between these riders and historical events became starkly evident. They were not merely figments of imagination but symbols of humanity's own follies and fears. The horsemen emerged in times of upheaval and distress, their appearance heralding an age of uncertainty. They mirrored the collective anxieties of societies, the ever-present struggle against the forces that threatened to tear apart the delicate threads of civilization. As the echoes of their presence lingered, history unfolded a narrative rich with triumphs and tragedies. The Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century brought forth conquest once again, as nations collided in a whirlwind of ambition and power. Napoleon, a figure who seemingly rode alongside the horsemen, sought to carve an empire that would stretch across Europe. His dreams were met with fierce resistance, and the cries of the fallen rang through the valleys and hills, a symphony of despair and glory woven together. The struggle for domination never ceased, each battle a dance of strategy and bloodshed, with the horsemen of war lurking closely behind. A century later, the world would find itself embroiled in the horrors of World War I and World War II, where the horsemen of war unleashed unimaginable devastation. The trenches of the Great War became synonymous with suffering, as men faced not only enemy fire but the haunting specter of death lurking just beyond the barbed wire. The battles fought here would shape the future. Each life lost a lesson etched into the annals of time. The aftermath of the wars left nations scarred, and the horseman grinned, knowing his imprint on history was far from over. Famine returned with a fury in the tumultuous years following these conflicts, with regions devastated by war left vulnerable to hunger. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s ravaged the American Midwest, a testament to the insatiable greed of mankind and the delicate balance of nature. The land, once rich and bountiful, turned into a parched wasteland, and families were forced to leave behind their homes, their memories. The horsemen of famine rode through the hearts of millions, gnawing at their hopes with haunting tenacity. Yet, even as these drivers of chaos rode through the pages of history, humanity found ways to fight back. Each terrible event gave rise to resilience, a flicker of light in the shadowy world forged by the horsemen. The stories of those who endured hardship, love that blossomed amidst despair, and communities that banded together in the face of adversity created a rich tapestry of resilience. The connections grew stronger, intertwining the past with the present, as generations faced the echoes of the horsemen anew. In this ceaseless cycle of human experience, the horsemen loom, ever present, waiting to ride again, their shadows stretching across the horizon, promising that history is not merely a tale of woe, but a testament to survival, hope, and the undying spirit of humanity. The path ahead, fraught with uncertainty and peril, remains shrouded in mystery, but one thing is clear. The connection between the horsemen and the events that shape our world is a story that has yet to be fully told, an endless loop of struggle and triumph that continues to unfold. The riders remain, watching, waiting, as humanity's saga carries on, ever entwined with their chilling legacy. The skies darkened as a shiver ran through the air, an omen that rippled across the land. Whispers of ancient texts filled the corners of every village, and the word of prophecy danced on the lips of the fearful and the hopeful alike. The horsemen, those harbingers of change, were coming, and with them, an unmistakable shift in the fabric of existence. Each hoofbeat echoed like a drum, resonating with the fears and hopes of generations, as their presence loomed ever closer. In the small town of Thessalonica, a widow named Elena stared at the horizon, her heart caught between dread and anticipation. She had grown up hearing tales of the Four Horsemen: conquest, war, famine, and death. The elders would gather the children around the flickering fire, their voices quaking as they recounted how these figures would appear when the world was at its most chaotic. They spoke of prophecies that had been etched in stone, buried in forgotten catacombs, and woven into the very essence of humanity's collective memory. Elena clutched her pendant, a silver talisman handed down through generations, said to protect its bearer from the wrath of the horsemen. Each day she prayed, not just for her safety, but for the love she had lost, a husband torn from her by the senseless brutality of war. The stories had become her lifeline in a world that seemed to spin out of control, where the horsemen were no longer mere figments of imagination, but looming shadows on the edge of reality. As night fell, the village gathered for the Festival of Prophecies, a time when the air crackled with an electric anticipation. Lanterns flickered like stars against the dark backdrop of the night. The village seer, a woman with eyes that flickered like candlelight, stood at the center, her voice quivering with the weight of the ages. The horsemen ride forth, guided by the stars and the hearts of men, she declared, her words weaving through the crowd like an incantation. The villagers listened, rapt, as she spoke of conquest, riding forth on a white steed, armed with a bow and a crown, a symbol of authority and ambition. In whispers, they recounted how he would awaken the darkest desires within humanity, igniting wars over land and power. Elena felt a chill as she recalled tales of how empires had risen and fallen at his hand, propelled by hope and greed. Yet, in that same breath, there was the promise of glory. Then came war, a figure wrapped in crimson, wielding a sword that glimmered with the blood of countless battles. The seer's voice grew heavy with sorrow as she described his unyielding nature, a tempest that left destruction in his wake. Elena's heart sank, remembering the day she received the news of her husband's death, the shattering knowledge that war had claimed another soul. The tension in the air was palpable as the villagers exchanged glances, each one wrestling with their own memories of loss and pain. Famine followed, his presence a chilling reminder of nature's unforgiving hand. The seer spoke of withered fields and empty bellies, of families torn apart by hunger's cruel grip. Elena's stomach twisted as she thought of her own struggles, scrounging for food in a world where abundance felt like a distant dream. She sensed the weight of collective despair in the hushed gasps of the crowd. Lastly, death appeared, cloaked in mystery, riding a steed as dark as the abyss. The seer's voice grew softer, more reverent, as she described this inevitable end, an entity that was both feared and revered, for death was not merely an end, but a new beginning. Elena felt tears prick at her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest as she confronted the truth of existence itself, the fragility of life, the undeniable fate that awaited everyone. It was a cycle that connected all, a reminder that even in darkness, there was the possibility of renewal. As the night wore on, the villagers found themselves swept into a trance, the prophecy resonating deeply within their souls. Each horseman represented a part of their reality, shaping their perceptions and guiding their actions. They became symbols etched into the fabric of the human experience. The fear of their arrival was not just dread of destruction, but also a yearning for transformation, a call to confront the chaos of their own lives. Elena's heart raced as she caught the gaze of a stranger standing at the edge of the gathering. His eyes burned with intensity, igniting a flicker of hope, a spark that made her believe that there could be something more than fear. Perhaps, amidst the shadows of the horsemen, lay the potential for a new beginning, a chance to fight against the tide of despair. Their presence was not merely a harbinger of doom. It was also a reminder that change was possible. As the seer finished her tale, an overwhelming silence enveloped the crowd, broken only by the distant sound of thunder rumbling ominously in the distance. The ground trembled beneath them, a foreboding echo of hooves approaching, sending shivers down their spines. Elena's heart pounded like a war drum as she felt the air shift, heavy with both fear and exhilaration. The horsemen were drawing near, and with them came the promise of upheaval. The villagers exchanged anxious glances, their breaths shallow, caught in the web of prophecy and reality. The night had transformed into a living tapestry of emotions, where hope and despair danced together, refusing to be silenced. Elena's mind raced with thoughts of her husband, the love that had been swallowed by war. She felt an unexplainable pull toward the stranger, who seemed to embody both the fragility of the moment and the fierce determination to rise above the chaos. What would happen next? Would they bow before the horsemen, or would they rise to face them, armed with the knowledge that prophecy held the power to shape their fate? The air crackled with energy, the scent of impending change laden with the weight of countless lives. In that charged atmosphere, the line between prophecy and reality blurred, leaving them at the precipice of something monumental. A moment that would resonate through the ages, echoing the truth that humanity had always been shaped by its fears and hopes, by the grim shadows of the horsemen. The earth trembles, and the air thickens with an impending storm as four figures emerge from the mist, their presence casting a shadow over a world caught between hope and despair. The horsemen, a chilling quartet whose mere names strike fear into the hearts of men, ride forth on spectral steeds, each one embodying a force of destruction and change. They are not just riders. They are harbingers of fate, tied to the very threads of existence. Pestilence rides first, cloaked in a shroud of sickness that seems to draw the life from the land. His mount, a gaunt stallion, seems to share in his affliction, its eyes hollow and its breath a cloud of decay. Wherever he passes, the air turns stale, and crops wither under his relentless gaze. In ancient times, people whispered tales of his approach, feeling the chill of his presence before he even arrived. Villages that once flourished are left desolate, echoing with the cries of those who fell ill, victims of a sickness that knew no mercy. Legends spoke of a time when he brought the Black Death, a plague that consumed millions, reminding humanity of its fragility. Next comes War, a figure clad in blood-red armor, his face hidden beneath a fearsome helmet that glints ominously in the fading light. His steed, a proud and muscular horse, seems to be a creature born from violence itself, embodying the chaos that follows in war's wake. He is the embodiment of conflict, tearing nations apart and igniting hatred that burns fiercely, consuming everything in its path. His legacy is a tapestry woven with the threads of countless battles, with swords clashing and the cries of soldiers filling the air. In every corner of history, from the ancient Greeks fighting the Trojans to the blood-soaked fields of World War I, his influence looms large, reminding mankind of its capacity for destruction. Famine trails closely behind, a specter draped in rags, his gaunt hands reaching out like skeletal claws, grasping desperately at the barrenness left in war's wake. His horse is a wraith-like creature, its ribs visible through its skin, mirroring the despair etched into the faces of those who suffer from hunger. In tales of old, entire cities fell to his relentless grip, their people starving as the fields remained bare and the rivers ran dry. The sound of empty bellies and hollowed voices haunted the stories of generations, invoking a deep-seated fear, a fear that one day, they too might awaken to find their larders empty, their children crying for food that would never come. Finally, death rides last, the most feared of the horsemen, draped in a cloak as dark as night, his skeletal face revealing nothing but an unyielding certainty. His horse, a phantom of shadow, appears to glide rather than gallop, leaving no trace of its passage. The chill that accompanies him is profound, wrapping around hearts and squeezing with a vice-like grip. Throughout history, he has claimed kings and commoners alike, a reminder that no one escapes his grasp. Folktales from every culture speak of him with both dread and reverence. In some, he is a gentle guide, leading souls to their next journey. In others, he is an ominous force, demanding the ultimate price for life itself. As these four figures ride together, an overwhelming sense of dread fills the atmosphere. They symbolize not just the end, but the changes that must come before renewal. In every whisper of the wind, in every rustle of the leaves, their presence is felt, an indelible mark on the fabric of existence. People gather in hushed tones, recounting their own close encounters, their hearts racing as they share stories of family members lost to disease, loved ones who went off to war and never returned, and neighbors who were consumed by hunger's cruel grip. Even as fear grows, so does a flicker of resilience. In the face of pestilence, communities band together, sharing what little they have, nursing the sick back to health, and refusing to let despair take hold. When war calls, the brave rise up to defend their homes, while others join in protest against tyranny, showcasing an indomitable spirit. Famine prompts innovation, spurring people to seek new ways to cultivate the land, to find sustenance where none seems to exist. And death, although feared, becomes a catalyst for love, urging people to cherish each moment, to hold their loved ones close, to live fully before the shadows stretch too long. Through the ages, tales of the horsemen have morphed, adapting to the fears and hopes of each generation. They are woven into the fabric of myths, from ancient texts to contemporary stories. Each retelling carries echoes of the past, a reminder of how humanity continues to grapple with the very real consequences of these forces. The horsemen remain timeless, their essence a part of the human experience, haunting dreams and sparking discussions around campfires, in classrooms, and among families gathered on stormy nights. As dusk settles, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, the horsemen ride on. Their presence lingers in the air, a reminder that while they bring darkness, they also herald change. The stories will never end, as long as there are hearts to feel, souls to connect, and nations to unite against the shadows. Just as the horses gallop forward, so too does the narrative of humanity. Ever forward, ever entwined with fear and hope, destruction and resilience, life and death. A silence hung over the fields, thick and heavy, like the calm before a storm that would change everything. In the distance, they could see the dust rising, not from the footsteps of farmers toiling under the sun, but from the very harbingers of transformation themselves. The world had always been in a delicate balance, but now something was coming, something that would shake the foundations of society. The four horsemen emerged, each a figure shrouded in both dread and inevitability. Conquest, war, famine, and death. Their presence was felt before it was seen, a whisper of something darker that crept into the hearts of people. To some, they were mere myths, stories told to frighten children. But in this moment, they stood real and terrifying, ready to rewrite history. Conquest rode in first, a figure of determination and ambition. His steed galloped forward, kicking up soil and grass, a reminder of past victories and future ambitions. He was not a mere conqueror of lands, but a conqueror of ideas and dreams. As he swept through villages, the air grew thick with the scent of change. Rulers who had reigned for decades found their crowns slipping from their heads as the young rose in revolt, fueled by Conquest's insatiable hunger for progress. The old ways crumbled under the weight of new visions, and people began to question everything they had been taught. The thrill of revolution buzzed in the air, electrifying and terrifying. Then came war, a figure cloaked in shadow and chaos, wielding a sword that seemed to shimmer with the weight of countless conflicts. She did not bring mere battle. She brought the violent upheaval of the status quo. From the ashes of disputes and discord, new alliances sprang forth. Communities once divided by religion, politics, or class found themselves united against a common enemy. Hearts hardened by rivalry began to soften, as the shared experience of struggle forged bonds that would outlast the conflict itself. War was not just an agent of destruction, but a cruel teacher. In her wake, she left lessons of resilience and solidarity, urging the weary to rise and fight for a world that had long been shackled by indifference. Famine followed, her presence a whisper of despair that rolled through the land like a dark cloud. Fields that once flourished turned barren. The laughter of children faded as hunger clawed at their bellies. Yet, in this suffering, communities discovered a new strength. As the food dwindled, so did the barriers that separated them. Neighbors who once regarded each other with suspicion now shared what little they had. Ideas sparked in the minds of the hungry. Innovations in farming emerged, not from textbooks or laboratories, but from necessity and desperation. The seeds of tomorrow were sown in the soil of suffering, and a new understanding of sharing and sustainability began to take root. Death, the last of the horsemen, arrived silently, a chilling reminder of mortality and the fragility of life. He was often seen as the grim reaper, a figure to be feared. But in his presence, people began to appreciate the fleeting moments of joy and love that life had to offer. Grieving families gathered, stories shared under the light of flickering candles, and they found solace in each other. The cycle of life became clearer. The end was not just an end, but a transformation. It was in this struggle against the inevitable that the living found purpose, becoming advocates for those who could no longer speak. Movements blossomed to cherish life, to live boldly and for each other, igniting a passion that turned mourning into a call for change. These horsemen, each in their own way, played their part in the great tapestry of history. They were not just agents of destruction. They were catalysts for rebirth, forcing society to confront hidden truths and shed the weight of complacency. Change, once feared, began to be embraced as a natural part of existence, a necessary force in the ongoing human narrative. In a village torn apart by the echoes of conflict, a gathering formed. People from different walks of life came together, driven by the trials they faced. The air was thick with tension yet buzzing with hope. They spoke of their struggles, their losses, and the new paths they envisioned. They exchanged stories of how they had survived the horsemen, sharing not just tales of woe but also of resilience and transformation. The old ways were being laid to rest, making room for a new dawn fueled by collective strength and understanding. But as they spoke, a shadow loomed, a reminder that the horsemen were never far away. The ground trembled beneath them, a subtle warning that change was a continuous cycle, a relentless force that could not be contained. They knew that with each lesson learned, another challenge would arise, and the horsemen would return, not as mere specters of doom but as necessary heralds of evolution. The stories swirled, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience. Emotions danced among the crowd, fear, but also a growing defiance. They realized that even in the darkest moments, they had the power to shape their destinies. They shared ideas that could transform their world. Agriculture that respected the land, education that empowered the youth, and community bonds that could withstand any storm. A child, with innocent eyes shining bright, stood before them and asked, "Will there be peace?" The faces turned toward her, and in that question lay the weight of the future. Peace was not simply the absence of conflict. It was the outcome of their struggles, a promise forged in the fires of adversity. The adults felt a wave of determination wash over them, a collective vow that they would strive for a world where the horsemen would be seen not as destroyers, but as the uncomfortable, yet necessary, teachers of change. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, the people knew they were standing at the precipice of something monumental. The Four Horsemen had come and gone, but their legacy lingered. A legacy that would echo through the years, a reminder that change is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced with open arms, ready to fight for a brighter tomorrow. The sky darkened, swirling with ominous clouds that crackled with electric tension. In the distance, a single horse's neigh echoed through the valley, a harbinger of doom that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beating hearts of those who heard it. The laughter of children playing in the fields faded into a chilling silence, replaced by the weight of an unseen dread. The horsemen were coming, and with them, the promise of an apocalypse that would rewrite the fate of humanity. Each rider, cloaked in shadows, represented something profound and terrifying. The first, a figure on a white stallion, wielded a bow, symbolizing conquest and power. In the annals of history, the image of a conqueror with a crown has stirred both admiration and fear. From Genghis Khan to Alexander the Great, the unquenchable thirst for dominance has echoed across the ages, leaving blood-soaked trails where ambition met devastation. It is said that great rulers often believe themselves to be divinely chosen, their victories a reflection of cosmic order. Yet at what cost? The whispers of the past remind us of cities turned to dust and lives extinguished in the fires of glory. The second horseman rode a fiery red steed, brandishing a great sword. His very presence ignited the air with a palpable tension, as if the world held its breath. War has been a constant throughout human history, an insatiable beast that feasts on the very essence of civilization. The echoes of ancient battles, the clash of swords, the rallying cries of soldiers, the wails of the fallen, remain etched in our collective memory. From the Roman legions that swept through Europe to the world wars that shattered nations, the cycle of violence seems endless. It raises the question, how many more must suffer before the cycle is broken? The horseman's sword glints ominously, reflecting the blood of countless souls lost to the ravages of conflict. Then there was the third, a somber figure on a black horse, whose name whispered through the winds was Famine. He carried scales, a symbol of inequality and despair. History has taught humanity harsh lessons about scarcity. The Great Famine of the 14th century left millions in its wake, as crops failed and communities crumbled under the weight of hunger. In every corner of the world, the specter of starvation continues to haunt those who struggle for survival. The silent cries of children going to bed with empty stomachs resonate like a haunting melody, urging society to confront the inequalities that persist, reminding them that famine rides alongside the horsemen of the apocalypse. And lastly, there was the horseman on a pale horse, his name a murmur on the lips of the fearful, death. This figure embodies the end that all must face, a universal truth wrapped in shades of mystery. Throughout history, death has been feared and revered in equal measure. The plague, a vast and merciless tide, swept across continents, taking with it a staggering number of lives. The Black Death in the 14th century painted a grim picture of despair, chaos, and loss. Death's presence lingers in every culture, reflected in rituals, art, and the stories passed down through generations. He is not just an end. He is a reminder of life's fragility, a fleeting moment suspended in time. As the horsemen rode through the desolation, the ground trembled beneath them. Each step they took echoed the fears that lived within humanity, a collective anxiety that transcends time and space. Generations have grappled with the concept of apocalypse, tracing it through prophecies and ancient texts. The Book of Revelation painted vivid images of a world in chaos, while other philosophies offered various interpretations of endings and beginnings. The idea that existence is cyclical, that every ending births a new beginning, lingers as a thread woven through the fabric of human thought. People have often looked to the skies, anticipating signs and omens, trying to decipher the mysteries that lie ahead. The horsemen embody these fears, but they also provoke deeper questions about humanity itself. Are we the architects of our own destruction? The unfolding history of wars, famines, and death begs an answer, resonating through the ages like a haunting refrain. The air thickens with unspoken tension, as if the very universe is holding its breath, waiting for the answers to manifest. It was in the quiet moments, between the thunderous gallops of the horsemen, that the stark reality of their presence became painfully evident. Families huddled together, eyes wide with terror, as they awaited their fate. The vulnerability of human existence lay bare before them, a reminder that no one is immune to the whims of fate. As the horsemen approached, the tension was almost unbearable. The threat of annihilation loomed like a heavy fog, wrapping itself around the hearts of those who dared to hope for a different outcome. From the ashes of despair, however, glimmers of resilience began to emerge. Communities banded together, united by their shared plight. In the face of impending doom, the human spirit has often found a flicker of light that refuses to be extinguished. Acts of kindness, bravery, and compassion have sparked embers of hope amid the chaos. This juxtaposition of darkness and light, of fear and resilience, creates a powerful narrative that echoes through history. As the riders made their presence felt, the world danced on the edge of a precipice. The air crackled with possibilities, each heartbeat resonating with the urgency of the moment. The horsemen, though harbingers of doom, also served as catalysts for change, forcing humanity to confront its greatest fears and ultimately strive for a better tomorrow. The tension escalated, each heartbeat reverberating with the weight of history and the promise of what lay ahead. The cycle was not merely an ending. It was a profound opportunity for rebirth, a chance to rewrite the fate of humanity. With every thunderous hoofbeat, the world held its breath, caught in a moment suspended between what was and what could be. The horsemen rode on, their shadows stretching long, reminding all who dared to look that the end was but another beginning waiting to unfold in the tapestry of time. As the darkness closed in, it became clear that the story was far from over. It had only just begun to reveal its intricate threads. The church bells rang out, slicing through the stillness of a sleepy town. Each peal echoed like a heartbeat, reverberating in the chests of those gathered for the evening service. Underneath the flickering lights and the whispers of prayer, a current of apprehension flowed, palpable and electric. In this very moment, the souls of the faithful wrestled with the shadows creeping from the corners of their minds, shadows that lingered just outside the sanctuary doors. Across the world, an age-old prophecy was igniting a fire in the hearts of contemporary religious movements. The Four Horsemen of the apocalypse, conquest, war, famine, and death, had become powerful symbols, their imagery woven into the fabric of sermons and teachings. Each horseman represented a fear that gnawed at the edges of human consciousness. As believers gathered in homes, churches, and community centers, they found themselves grappling with these fears and their implications for the future. In one small congregation, a pastor stood before his flock, his voice trembling with fervor. He spoke of the horsemen as harbingers of an impending reckoning. "The time is at hand," he proclaimed, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. "Look around you. Can't you see the signs? War rages in distant lands, famine stalks the poor, and death lurks just one heartbeat away." The congregation leaned forward, faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, eyes wide with a blend of fear and hope. Across town, in the dimly lit basement of a community center, a different group gathered. They held hands in a tight circle, their voices rising in a haunting melody. This was a prayer circle of a modern spiritual movement, one that sought understanding in the chaos of the world. They spoke of the horsemen not as terrifying agents of doom, but as catalysts for transformation. "We must not fear the end," a woman said, her voice steady despite the weight of uncertainty. "Instead, we must embrace the change they bring." A shiver ran through the group, a collective acknowledgement of the power that lay in their words. In the heart of urban landscapes, where the glow of neon lights clashed with the darkness of uncertainty, another gathering took shape. Young people sought answers in the face of tumultuous times. They turned to social media, sharing memes and videos that interpreted the horsemen in fresh, contemporary terms. "Isn't our generation facing conquest?" one young man asked, his voice rising above the din of laughter and chatter. "We're battling against corporate greed, against the machines that seek to control us." Laughter melded with passionate discussions, igniting a spark of rebellion. The horsemen morphed, in this space, from ancient figures into symbols of resistance. As the nights grew darker and the world outside felt increasingly chaotic, conversations about the horsemen began to echo through homes and neighborhoods. Families sprawled on living room floors, eyes glued to screens, absorbing news reports that felt more like snippets from a dystopian novel. They discussed the implications of famine in faraway lands, the devastation of war, and the specter of death that seemed to linger just beyond their doorsteps. The air was thick with tension, but also with an undeniable sense of urgency. "What can we do?" a father asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His children looked up at him, wide-eyed and hopeful, seeking guidance in a world that felt increasingly out of control. A teacher, driven by a desire to enlighten her students, introduced the Horsemen into her classroom discussions. The reactions were varied. Some students felt an exhilarating thrill at the thought of impending change, while others clung to fear, worried about the future they would inherit. "We can't ignore it," she urged, passion igniting her words. "We must talk about it." The Horsemen challenge us to confront our fears, to rise up and take action. The students listened, their faces a tapestry of concern and determination, their minds racing with questions that swept away the mundane worries of teenage life. In the quiet corners of homes, individuals sat alone, contemplating their place in this unfolding drama. Journal entries became confessions of hope and despair. "Am I ready for what's coming?" a young woman wrote, tears staining the pages. "The Horsemen terrify me, yet they also call me to be brave." Her pen shook as she scrawled her thoughts, a testament to the emotional turmoil brewing within her. At a larger gathering, a charismatic leader stepped onto a stage, his presence commanding. He spoke of the Horsemen as a means of awakening the masses, igniting a movement that sought to redefine belief in the modern age. "They are not merely figures from ancient texts. They are alive in our streets, in our hearts." The crowd erupted in applause, a wave of energy washing over them. But amidst the cheers, an unsettling clarity dawned on some. They felt the weight of expectation, the pressure to respond, to stand up against the tide of uncertainty that swelled around them. As night fell, an eerie silence settled over the world. Outside, the howling wind felt like a reminder of the chaos within. Some believers found solace in prayer, their voices rising to meet the stillness. Others turned to art, pouring their fears into canvases or melodies that spoke of a world awash in turmoil. The Horsemen had become more than symbols. They were reflections of an internal struggle, an emotional landscape littered with the remnants of hope and despair. And so, the reactions to the Horsemen continued to ripple across the fabric of contemporary religious movements. Each voice, each gathering, each whispered prayer added to a symphony of emotions that played out against the backdrop of a world on the brink. As the fabric of society trembled under the weight of fear and hope, the Horsemen rode ever closer, their haunting presence a call to action, a challenge to confront the darkness within and around. The tension hung thick in the air, a reminder that the story was far from over, but simply transitioning into another chapter, just as the dawn would break after the longest of nights. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, a haunting silence enveloped the remnants of what was once a thriving village. The air, thick with the scent of smoke and despair, hung heavy with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. What once was a place of laughter and life had become a canvas of chaos, where the echoes of the Horsemen lingered in every broken wall and shattered dream. Humanity had come face to face with its darkest fears, and the scars ran deep. The Horsemen, harbingers of the end, did not just bring destruction. They carved their names into the very psyche of mankind. Their presence was felt long before they arrived, like an ominous storm brewing on the horizon, whispering tales of death, war, famine, and pestilence. In the wake of their passage, they left more than just physical devastation. They left a chilling imprint on the collective consciousness of humanity, a shadow that would haunt generations. Consider the farmer, once proud of his harvest. Each seed he planted was a promise of sustenance for his family and community. But when famine struck, a palpable dread settled over the land. Crops withered, animals starved, and hope faded like the last rays of sunlight. Panic rippled through the fields as neighbors turned on each other, clutching their meager portions with desperate hands. The Horsemen had not just taken their food. They sowed distrust, pitting brother against brother in a ruthless game of survival. As the villagers watched their livelihoods crumble, their hearts raced and minds spiraled into a whirlwind of despair. Depression took root, spreading like a contagion through the community. Laughter faded, replaced by hushed conversations about scarcity and survival. Children, once full of dreams, now stared blankly into the distance, their innocence shattered. The horsemen had wielded their power with a precision that cut deeper than any sword, embedding fear into the very fabric of society. In the midst of this chaos, war was a beast that raged with insatiable hunger. Soldiers marched into battle fueled not just by courage, but by the terror of what awaited them if they did not prevail. Each clash of steel echoed through the ages, a reminder of the violence that was never far behind. Families waiting for their fathers, sons, and brothers felt a gnawing anxiety deep in their chests. News of fallen heroes traveled faster than the speed of light, crushing hopes under the weight of grief. The horsemen reveled in the turmoil, their presence felt in the wake of every conflict, every broken promise, ensuring that the scars of war would linger long after the battles had ended. Expectations morphed into a shadowy specter, taunting those caught in the grip of uncertainty. The soldier who returned home, haunted by memories of violence, was a living ghost, forever changed. He walked amongst his loved ones, yet felt like a stranger in his own skin. The horsemen had not just sparked battles. They had ignited a crisis of identity, a war within the minds of those who survived. Isolation became a silent companion, as families struggled to understand the change that came with the returning soldier. The specter of pestilence, too, loomed large. It crept through cities and villages, invisible yet palpable. People whispered in fear of contagion, their breaths shallow and quickened. The sight of the sick could send waves of panic through the healthy, each cough a potential death sentence. This fear was insidious, infiltrating even the strongest bonds of friendship. As illness took hold, communities fractured, isolation replacing connection. The horsemen thrived in this chaos, as trust eroded and the very fabric of society began to unravel. Throughout history, the stories of the horsemen echoed through the ages, casting long shadows over humanity. The Black Death swept through Europe in the 14th century, claiming millions and leaving behind a trail of despair. The psychological toll was immense. Survivors grappled with existential questions about faith, fate, and the nature of life itself. In the aftermath, society transformed, yet the scars of loss remained, etched into the hearts of those who lived through the horror. With every generation touched by the horsemen, humanity's relationship with fear grew more complex. The psychological impact was not just a momentary lapse of sanity. It wove itself into the very stories people told. Folklore and fables were birthed from the ashes of despair, each tale a reflection of the struggle against the encroaching darkness. Cultures evolved, but the haunting reminder of the horsemen remained, always lurking just out of sight. The tales spun around campfires and in dimly lit taverns whispered of the horsemen's return, as if to both warn and prepare for the inevitable. The psychological weight of their legacy pressed heavily upon the shoulders of those who dared to recall the past. It was a dance of hope and despair, a fragile balance between courage and fear, and the story of humanity itself. Children listened wide-eyed as elders recounted the horrors, but even more so, they listened for the strength that emerged from those tales. In a world painted with the colors of loss and survival, every heartbeat echoed a reminder of resilience. Humanity found ways to cope, to rise from the ashes left behind by the horsemen. Art, literature, and philosophy blossomed as individuals sought meaning amidst chaos. The darkness birthed creativity, and within that creativity lay a flicker of hope, a testament to the indomitable spirit of human resilience. Yet, with every triumph came the shadow of the horsemen, a reminder that fear could easily return, that the cycle of despair was a cruel mistress. Each generation faced its own battles, conjuring images of the horsemen as they stood at the precipice of their own challenges. They were not merely figures of myth. They were reminders of the fragility of existence, the thin veneer of civilization that could shatter with a single strike. As the sun set on another day, the echoes of the horsemen lingered, weaving an intricate tapestry of fear, resilience, and the endless dance between light and darkness. Humanity stood at the crossroads, forever marked by their presence, always questioning what lay beyond the horizon. The story of the horsemen was far from over, and the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed through the valleys, a chilling harbinger of what was to come. The ground trembled beneath the weight of destiny, and with each beat, the air thickened with an anticipation that clutched at the throat like a vice. Fear hung in the atmosphere, palpable and suffocating, as the shadows of the Four Horsemen swept across history, leaving trails of chaos and sorrow in their wake. Famine, war, pestilence, and death. Their names alone painted a vivid picture of humanity's darkest fears. These were not mere characters in an ancient text. They were relentless forces that had shaped civilizations and ushered in epochs of despair and renewal. Each horseman was a chapter in the story of humankind, a cycle that spiraled through time like a relentless storm. And as the storm approached, the cries of the past echoed louder, pleading for attention. In ancient times, when empires rose and fell like the tides, the specter of pestilence was the first to strike. It spread like wildfire, a whisper of doom in crowded marketplaces where laughter turned to wailing. The Black Death that swept through Europe in the 14th century was not simply a disease. It was a shattering of dreams and lives. Whole towns vanished, their streets silenced, their homes abandoned. Yet amid the despair, a flicker of change sparked. The world learned to redefine itself, to rebuild from the ashes of loss. In this cycle, death birthed new life, and hope emerged from the darkest corners. But it was war who rode in next, a fierce warrior clad in the armor of ambition. From the blood-soaked fields of Agincourt to the trenches of World War I, the horsemen wielded destruction like a sword, carving a path of suffering and despair. Families were torn apart, and entire nations were engulfed in flames of conflict. Yet, in the midst of chaos, the human spirit shone brightly. Soldiers penned letters home, their words filled with longing and love, reminding the world that even in the depths of sorrow, humanity clung fiercely to hope. Each battle fought was a testament to survival, each sacrifice a reminder that the cycle would continue. Famine followed closely, a silent thief that crept into homes, stealing away the very essence of life. The Great Famine of the 14th century, where millions starved in the shadow of plenty, illustrated the cruel irony of existence. Fields sat barren, crops failed, and voices grew hoarse from cries for help. Yet, even as bellies ached and hope dwindled, communities rallied. People shared what little they had, planting seeds of resilience that would one day bear fruit. From the ashes of despair, new agricultural practices emerged, and the world learned to restore itself, setting the stage for a future built on lessons from the past. Death, the final horseman, whispered the most poignant truths. He was not merely an end but a transition, a reminder that every ending held the promise of a new beginning. The tales of ancient cultures echoed through time, reminding us that death was a part of the cycle, an essential element of life. In the aftermath of loss, communities gathered to honor their dead, telling stories that kept memories alive and sparked a collective determination to forge ahead. From the ruins of grief, new dreams arose, shaping a brighter future. This cycle repeated itself through centuries, a relentless rhythm of destruction and rebirth. Each horseman left his mark, weaving a tapestry of human experience that was rich with lessons learned and stories told. From the ashes of empires, new nations were born, and from the depths of despair, hope emerged like a phoenix, rising against the odds. Yet, as history progressed, the horsemen took on new forms. The horrors of the 20th century brought modern manifestations of these ancient figures. War raged in distant lands, but its echoes reached every corner of the globe. The atrocities of genocide and the devastation of world wars left scars on the collective conscience. Even now, the shadows of famine loom large in regions ravaged by drought and conflict, where children's laughter is replaced by the cries of hunger. Pestilence returned with a vengeance, in the form of pandemics that swept across the world, reminding humanity of its vulnerability. The COVID-19 pandemic, a stark reminder of our mortality, forced introspection and unity. People donned masks, not just as a shield but as a symbol of care, reaching across divides to support one another. In the face of fear, humanity displayed an unyielding spirit, reminding the world that the cycle of history was not merely a tale of suffering but one of resilience. As the horsemen rode on, their presence was felt in every corner of existence. They were reflected in the headlines that screamed of turmoil, in the whispered fears of families worried for their future. Yet, as the world turned, it also adapted, learned, and grew. Communities came together to heal, to build, and to resist the darkness that threatened to engulf them. In this intricate dance of history, the Four Horsemen were not just harbingers of doom. They were catalysts for change, urging humanity to confront its deepest fears and rise above them. With every cycle, the lessons repeated, reminding the world that amid the chaos lay the seeds of hope, waiting for the right moment to bloom. And so, the galloping hooves continued, a haunting reminder that the cycle of history was far from over. The echoes of the past intertwined with visions of the future, weaving a story that was never truly finished. Each moment was a drop in the ocean of time, rippling outward and shaping what was yet to come. The horsemen were not mere specters. They were part of a grand narrative, an eternally turning wheel that spun forward, reminding humanity of its strength, fragility, and capacity to endure. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over a world that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The distant sound of hooves echoed, a reminder of past warriors, their courage still whispering through the ages. In this moment, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the clash of cultures, ideas, and destinies that globalization would bring. In a dusty village in the heart of the Middle East, a young boy named Amir knelt in the dirt, his fingers tracing the outline of a horse drawn in the sand. To him, the horse was more than just a beast of burden. It was a symbol of freedom, of speed, of journeys yet to unfold. As Amir looked up, the sun illuminating his dark eyes, he couldn't foresee that the world around him was changing fast. He felt a tugging at his heartstrings, a sense of foreboding mingled with excitement, hinting at the collision of old traditions and new realities. Far across the ocean, in bustling New York City, a different scene unfolded. A woman named Clara stood in a crowded subway, her eyes glued to her phone, scrolling through images of exotic lands and ancient customs. She felt the thrill of connection, the way globalization had allowed her to glimpse lives far removed from her own. Yet, intertwined with that excitement was a nagging discomfort, a whisper of something lost, something that had once tethered people to their roots. In those fleeting seconds, she pondered what stories were slipping away, what connections were fraying as borders blurred and cultures intertwined. Both Amir and Clara were unknowingly caught in the web of globalization, a force that wrapped around the globe like an unyielding vine, powerful and persistent. The horsemen of the apocalypse, once symbols of chaos and destruction, now seemed to embody the very essence of this global shift, their looming presence evoking a sense of urgency. The themes of war, famine, pestilence, and death had transformed. They were not just heralds of doom. They were also reminders of the fragility of life in an interconnected world, where the ebb and flow of trade and ideas could spark both hope and despair. In the villages where Amir played, the arrival of foreign goods brought a mix of wonder and worry. Brightly colored toys, shiny gadgets, and foreign foods filled the market stalls, tantalizing the senses and igniting dreams. But each new shipment carried shadows of the unknown, jobs lost to factories in faraway lands, traditions eroded by new ways of life. The horse, once central to the village, now stood alongside bicycles and motorbikes, competing for the hearts of the people. Amir's joy turned bittersweet as he watched his father struggle to keep the family farm afloat, the weight of globalization pressing down like an invisible hand. Meanwhile, Clara found herself in a whirlwind of emotions as she watched her own city transform. The streets pulsed with vibrancy, filled with people from all corners of the world, each with stories woven from threads of their homelands. Yet, in this tapestry, she sensed a fraying, a loss of the simple, familiar rhythms of life. The horsemen, though not seen, wandered among them like ghosts, their presence felt in the rising tensions between cultures clashing and blending. The vibrant murals depicting stories of hope were juxtaposed against the graffiti of anger, a reminder of the struggles that lay beneath the surface of progress. As the seasons changed, so too did the landscapes of Amir's village and Clara's city. In Amir's world, the traditions of his ancestors battled against the allure of the modern. The elders spoke of times when the horse was revered, a creature of honor and respect. But now, the young were seduced by the idea of fast cars and instant gratification. With every passing day, the horse became less of a symbol of heritage and more of a relic, a fading echo of a time that felt rapidly out of reach. Clara, too, felt a sense of urgency. The cultural festivals she loved began to feel over-commercialized, their essence diluted by the endless stream of tourists and influencers. The vibrant parades became a performance for others rather than a celebration of community. The horsemen lingered in the air, the threat of cultural appropriation looming large, as she witnessed the very soul of her city morphing into a spectacle, a shadow of what it once was. One day, the world tilted. A viral video emerged, a clash in the streets of a city that had once welcomed diversity with open arms, but now found itself drowning in division. Voices rose, and the horsemen galloped forth. War among neighbors, famine in the form of scarcity, pestilence manifesting in the health crises that swept through crowded communities. Clara felt the tension crackle in the air, the anger palpable as people took to the streets holding signs that spoke of justice, equity, and the desperate need to reclaim their narratives. In Amir's village, the news reached him like a storm. The once calm conversations about change shifted to heated debates. The elders, the keepers of wisdom, warned of the dangers of losing one's identity, yet the allure of the modern world sparkled like a mirage. For Amir, the path forward felt uncertain. He was caught between the world of tradition, represented by the horse that had been his family's companion for generations, and the new possibilities that beckoned him forward. The sun set, casting a fiery glow over both Amir's village and Clara's city, a symbolic reminder of the day's end but also the promise of tomorrow. The echoes of the horsemen resided in their hearts, leaving a trail of questions in their wake. What does it mean to belong when the world is connected yet divided? What stories will endure, and what legacies will fade as globalization reshapes the landscape of history? As the night deepened, Amir looked towards the stars, while Clara stood at her window, gazing out at the city that pulsed with life. Both felt the pull of the future, a dance of hope and fear. The horsemen remained, galloping ever closer, their shadows looming large. Yet within that darkness lay a flicker of resilience, the indomitable spirit of humanity eager to bridge divides and find common ground amidst the chaos. And as the moon rose, light illuminating the path ahead, they both understood. The journey was far from over, the story still unfolding, and the horsemen were merely the beginning of a new chapter in a world forever altered. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of a once thriving town. The air crackled, thick with tension, as whispers of change swept through the crowd. A figure stepped forward, barely visible against the fading light, but their voice pierced the silence like a spear. "We are the horsemen," they declared, and the crowd surged, a tidal wave of emotion and purpose. From the shadows of history, the horsemen emerged, not as mere riders on horseback, but as symbols of the fierce winds of socio-political change. Each horseman represented something far greater than themselves. Ideas that had the power to ignite revolutions, dismantle oppressive systems, and, at times, sow chaos. These figures often became the faces of movements, leading the charge for freedom, justice, and equality, rallying the masses with nothing but their words and resolve. The first horseman, a figure clad in the fabric of struggle, had roots in the suffragette movement. In the early 1900s, women marched in the streets, their voices rising like the crescendo of a symphony. They fought for the right to vote, brandishing banners that read, "Votes for Women." The horsemen of this movement embodied their fight, the spirit of women who defied societal norms and risked everything for justice. The air was electric as they gathered, fists raised high, hearts beating as one, knowing they were not just fighting for themselves but for the generations that would follow. And then there was the horseman of civil rights, emerging from the shadows of oppression in the 1960s. The streets were filled with people, young, old, black, and white, all marching together under the banner of equality. Martin Luther King Jr. stood before them, his voice smooth yet powerful, echoing dreams that stirred the very soul of America. His words painted vivid images of a world where children would no longer be judged by the color of their skin. The crowd swayed together, caught in a wave of hope and desperation. It was a moment when the horsemen transformed fear into courage, galvanizing a nation to confront its darkest truths. Even in the face of violent opposition, the horsemen pressed on. In the aftermath of the Watts riots, against the backdrop of buildings ablaze and sirens wailing, the horsemen of unrest emerged. Anger and frustration boiled over, and communities took to the streets to demand justice. The cries for change echoed in urban canyons, reverberating between brick walls, resonating in the hearts of those who felt unheard. The horsemen stood at the forefront, a beacon amid the chaos, urging unity and understanding, even as flames flickered with the threat of division. Just as the horsemen of the past rose to prominence, so too did the horsemen of labor rights. In the early 20th century, factories hummed with the relentless grind of machines, while workers toiled in unsafe conditions for meager wages. The horsemen rallied the weary, the downtrodden, calling them to rise against exploitation. Strikes erupted like thunder, shaking the foundations of industries. The cries for fair wages and safe working conditions filled the air, a cacophony of voices united against the machinery of oppression. The horsemen wore the scars of struggle proudly, each protest a badge of honor, each victory a step closer to dignity for the laborer. Across oceans, the horsemen of global justice took form in the cries of those who challenged imperialism. The decolonization movements of the mid-20th century saw nations rise up from the ashes of oppression. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela became the embodiment of resilience and hope. Their journeys were fraught with sacrifice, yet they persisted, wielding love as their weapon against hate. The world watched in awe as they led their people from darkness into light, proving that the spirit of the horsemen could dismantle even the strongest chains of colonialism. But not all horsemen carried the banner of progress. History also bore witness to those who rode forth with darker intentions, igniting chaos in the name of power. The horsemen of authoritarianism emerged in the 20th century, as dictators rose to power, silencing dissent with fear. The stories of regimes that snuffed out hope remind us that the horsemen can also embody destruction, wielding their influence like a double-edged sword. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the echoes of the horsemen persisted in the hearts of those gathered. They weren't just figures of history. They were reminders of what it means to stand up, to raise a voice against the silence of oppression. Each horseman carved a path through the turmoil, leaving behind a legacy of courage and determination. The warmth of the crowd surged, a pulsating heartbeat of shared hope. The horsemen, their legacies intertwined, called for the next chapter to be written, one where empathy triumphs over division and love over hate. The stage was set for the next uprising, the next wave of voices to emerge, proving that the horsemen would never ride alone. Their spirits lived on, echoing through time, urging new generations to rise and take their place in the continuum of struggle. As night fell, the energy transformed into anticipation. The shadows shifted, and a new horseman stepped forward, cloaked in the fervor of the digital age. This was not a single figure but a collective, a movement fueled by social media, uniting voices across continents. The crowd's excitement mounted as they sensed the impending storm of change, reminding everyone that the horsemen of socio-political movements were not merely relics of the past but living, breathing entities that continued to evolve and inspire. In the twilight of history, the horsemen stood ready, their stories entwined with the promise of new beginnings. The air thickened with the weight of unspoken words, the tension palpable, as the world held its breath for what was to come. The shadows flickered, and the horsemen awaited their moment, knowing that every dawn brought with it the chance for a renewed fight for justice, a fight that would never truly end. The world was not always on fire, yet the flames of change danced ominously on the horizon, beckoning with their untamed glow. In a quiet room filled with the soft hum of conversations, a single news report flickered on the screen, igniting an urgent debate. It was just a headline at first, but it carried the weight of history, echoing back through the ages. Climate change, a call for action. This simple report had the power to silence laughter and extinguish hopes, revealing the specter of the horsemen. For figures who had galloped through time, leaving indelible marks on humanity's fate. Famine, war, pestilence, and death. Their presence hung heavy in the air. These weren't mere concepts. They were forces that shaped lives, altered landscapes, and defined eras. Each horseman represented a different aspect of human struggle, and it was their collective influence that began to seep into the discourse surrounding climate change. As they whispered through the halls of history, their words echoed loudly in the ears of the present. Famine stood at the forefront, a haunting reminder of the Earth's fragility. She was not simply a lack of food. She was a silent thief, stealing away the life of communities. As droughts became more frequent and crops withered under the relentless sun, the pain of hunger took center stage. Images of parched fields and desperate families flooded the screens, stirring emotions that were raw and real. Each report of famine struck a chord, driving home the message. Climate change was not a distant worry. It was a haunting reality already at our doorstep. War, the second horseman, lurked behind the shadows, fueled by the desperation that famine created. Nations turned against one another as resources dwindled. The once timeless land became a battlefield, with desperation and anger intertwining like a twisted vine. The echoes of gunshots rang out, drowning out the pleas for peace. Climate change intensified these conflicts, exacerbating tensions that had simmered for generations. When the earth cried out for help, it was too often met with violence instead of compassion. The stories of countless lives lost became intertwined with the rising temperatures and sweltering heat waves, each tragedy amplifying the urgency that filled the room. Then came pestilence, a horseman cloaked in shadows, reminding humanity of its vulnerabilities. With each natural disaster linked to climate change, new diseases emerged, creeping into communities like a thief in the night. The helplessness felt during these outbreaks was palpable, as families watched their loved ones suffer. It was a reminder that the Earth was not just a backdrop but a living entity, reacting to humanity's neglect. The connection between a warming planet and the spread of illness ran deeper than anyone had dared to imagine. The fear that once felt like a distant nightmare now gripped the very fabric of society. Death, the final horseman, followed closely behind, ever persistent and uncompromising. The relentless march of mortality served as a stark reminder of nature's wrath. Wildfires raged, hurricanes battered coastlines, and rising seas swallowed whole towns. Each disaster was a grim reminder of what lay ahead if humanity continued on its current path. The news of lives lost transformed into a cacophony of grief, with every statistic representing a mother, a child, a friend. Each life extinguished echoed the urgency in the air, an unspoken challenge that demanded immediate action. The horsemen were not mere figures of folklore. They were the harbingers of truth in a world teetering on the brink. As they wove through the narrative of climate change discourse, their presence elicited a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, anger, despair, but also hope. Activists rallied, voices rose in unison, and a new generation emerged, determined to rewrite the story. It was a struggle against time, against the very forces that sought to dictate humanity's fate. The urgency of their plight resonated deeply, igniting a fire within hearts that had long felt the chill of indifference. Amidst the turmoil, a flicker of hope emerged, as individuals stood up against the encroaching shadow of the horsemen. Innovative ideas sprouted like wildflowers in a desolate field, each one a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Communities began to band together, sharing resources and knowledge, creating a tapestry of solidarity against the looming dread. The horsemen, who once seemed insurmountable, now found themselves challenged by a force more powerful than themselves: unity. In the corridors of power, the echoes of the horsemen rang loud and clear. Politicians felt the pressure mount as public outcry grew. Bills were drafted, promises made, but cynicism lingered. The struggle was not just against nature, it was against an often apathetic system that had ignored the warnings for too long. The urgency of the moment became intertwined with the ongoing narratives of history, creating a tension that was almost palpable. Voices filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion that could not be ignored. Every protest, every speech, every written word carried the weight of the past, echoing the cries of those who came before. The horsemen had sown discord, but they also inadvertently sowed inspiration. The battle against climate change was not just one of survival. It was a fight for justice, for the right to live in harmony with the planet that sustained them. As the dust settled, the realization dawned. The horsemen were not invincible. Their influence could be challenged, reshaped, and even turned into a catalyst for change. The echoes of history became a guide, propelling humanity forward with renewed vigor. The flames of hope flickered brightly, reminding everyone that within the depths of despair lay the seeds of a new beginning. The conversation surrounding climate change had transformed, fueled by the pain and passion ignited by the horsemen's past. The story was far from over. It was merely evolving, intertwining with the fate of the planet and its people, spinning a web of emotion and urgency that could not be easily dismissed. And so, in the quiet moments that followed, the air crackled with anticipation. The voices grew louder, the visions clearer. Change was coming, but the road ahead was fraught with challenges. The horsemen may have cast their long shadows, but the light of resilience shone bright, illuminating the path to a future that had yet to be written. Thunder rumbled over the city, each crack echoing like a heartbeat. In the dim light of the street lamps, shadows danced, twisting and turning as if alive. The world had changed dramatically, yet the whispers of the past lingered, unfolding in unwelcome ways. It was here, in the crevices of modern life, that the horsemen returned, a force reawakened by the very technology meant to elevate humanity. As the digital age flourished, so too did the seeds of chaos. The specter of war, cloaked in the guise of a military drone, drifted silently above the skyline. Its cameras, sharp and unyielding, saw everything, recording the world's every step. The algorithms behind the scenes calculated strategies and outcomes, each decision a brushstroke on the canvas of conflict. This was a new kind of warfare, swift, cold, and unforgiving. The horsemen were no longer men on horseback, but shadows born of steel and code. Their presence felt in every news alert and social media post that flashed across the screens. Famine, too, hung like a dark cloud over the digital age. Fields lay barren and lifeless, the earth crying out for nourishment as technology complicated what was once simple. With every advance in genetic engineering, the promise of abundant harvests seemed tantalizingly close. Yet the reality was stark. Ecosystems crumbled under the weight of innovation, while millions watched as their food systems faltered. A hunger surged, invisible but palpable, growing in the bellies of the forgotten and the unseen. The horsemen rode again, this time on the backs of broken promises and empty plates. Pestilence wove through the fabric of society, a ghostly figure clad in a digital shroud. The outbreak of a new virus rippled across continents, a stark reminder that nature had its own design. Scientists, armed with technology and data, raced against time, yet the virus spread with a ferocity that left the world gasping. Lives were uprooted, and the sound of sirens became the new lullaby for countless families. Each new mutation felt like an arrow loosed from the bow of fate, striking where it hurt the most. The horsemen thrived in this chaos, their laughter echoing through the sterile halls of hospitals, each statistic a grim reminder of their dominion. And then there was death, silent, yet louder than ever. In the age of technology, the finality of life became a commodity. Virtual reality promised endless worlds, but as people immersed themselves deeper into digital realms, they began to lose touch with the starkness of mortality. The elderly, the sick, even the young felt the shadow creeping closer, as the bright glow of screens masked the truth that awaited them. Social media, once a tool for connection, became a graveyard where souls were mourned in hashtags and emojis. The horsemen watched, cloaked in digital anonymity, relishing the disconnection they sowed. The resurgence of the horsemen was not merely a tale of dread. It was a reflection of human nature itself. Each of them, embodiments of fear and despair, thrived on the choices made by humanity. The digital landscape pulsed with the energy of conflict, hunger, disease, and mortality, each thread intricately woven into the societal tapestry. People felt it in their bones, the weight of their decisions, the echoes of history repeating. Every tweet, every post, and every stream of data added fuel to the flames, drawing the attention of those ancient figures who had long waited to reclaim their place in the world. In the back alleys of modern cities, as moonlight spilled over cracked pavement, individuals grappled with the truth. A group of activists huddled together, laptops aglow with information, determined to combat the rise of the horsemen. They were warriors of the digital age, armed with knowledge and the will to change. Yet, lurking behind their fervor was the gnawing fear that their efforts might be in vain. The chaos that surrounded them felt insurmountable, a rising tide drawing them into the depths. Each night, they gathered to discuss strategies, to rally support, but the shadows grew longer, whispering deceit and strife. In rural villages, elders recalled tales passed down through generations. They spoke of the horsemen, instilling a sense of caution in the hearts of the young. They come not in flesh, they warned, but in the fears you nurture. Those words carried weight, resonating with the realization that history was cyclical. The past was not merely a collection of stories. It was a living entity, ready to spring forth when least expected. The villagers, once resilient against the storms of life, now found themselves looking to the skies, half expecting to see horsemen emerging from the clouds, their presence felt in the shifting winds that swept through the fields. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, a sense of urgency spread like wildfire. The horsemen were not just figures of lore. They were alive, thriving in the chaos spurred by technology, feeding on the fears and uncertainties of a world caught between progress and peril. People began to share their stories, connecting through the very medium that had threatened to divide them. In those moments of vulnerability, they found strength, a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. But would it be enough? The horsemen stirred, watching, waiting for humanity to falter, to succumb to despair. Each heartbeat echoed the unspoken truth, that the resurgence of the horsemen was not an end, but a beginning. As the shadows lengthened, the stage was set for a confrontation, one that would test the very essence of what it meant to be human in an age dominated by technology. The line between hope and despair blurred, leaving everyone suspended in a moment that felt both thrilling and terrifying. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to confront the looming shadows cast by the Four Horsemen. They are not just figures of ancient lore but embodiments of our deepest fears: conquest, war, famine, and death. In the flickering light of a screen, they come alive, each steed thundering across the landscapes of video games, inviting players into a world where morality is tested and humanity hangs by a thread. As players sit on the edge of their seats, gripping their controllers tightly, they are not just controlling characters. They become part of a larger story steeped in history and myth. The horsemen, often seen as harbingers of the apocalypse, thread their way through narratives, challenging the very essence of existence and the choices one makes. With each encounter, players feel the weight of their own decisions, as if the fate of the world rests on their shoulders. In a forgotten land, a lone warrior stands against the backdrop of a crimson sky, the air thick with dread. This isn't just a battle. It's a confrontation with war, the first horseman. Clad in gleaming armor, war embodies the primal instinct for conflict that has echoed through the ages. Historically, the horseman of war has taken countless forms: kings rallying troops, nations clashing in brutal conquests. In video games, he wields a colossal sword, swinging it with a force that reverberates in the hearts of players. The screen vibrates with each clash, evoking memories of real battles fought on blood-soaked fields. When war appears, it's not just a fight. It's a harrowing reminder of our own violent history, prompting players to question the cost of their victory. But alongside war, famine lurks, a subtle yet powerful force. In games like Darksiders, Famine is not merely a specter of hunger. He transforms into a creature of despair, gnawing at the very fabric of society. Players are thrust into a world where resources are scarce, and choices lead to devastating consequences. The gnawing pain of empty stomachs and hollowed-out streets invokes empathy and a visceral sense of loss, echoing the realities faced by countless individuals throughout history. Famine's presence in gaming is a poignant reminder of human struggle and suffering, urging players to grapple with the ethics of survival. Then comes Conquest, the horseman whose very name evokes ambition and desire, the insatiable thirst for power. In the intricate narratives woven by games like Civilization, players engage in strategic battles for dominance, faced with the same choices that have shaped empires. As they command armies and forge alliances, they feel the intoxicating pull of conquest. Yet, the thrill of power has its price. Betrayal, loss, and moral compromise haunt the player's journey. Conquest is not just about triumph. It's an exploration of ambition's dark side, a reflection of humanity's relentless quest for supremacy throughout the ages. Death, the most chilling of the horsemen, rides silently behind the others. His presence is not just an end but a transformation, an inevitability that resonates deeply. In games like Dark Souls, players confront death in ways that are both haunting and beautiful. Each failure to overcome an obstacle serves as a reminder of mortality, echoing historical tales of heroes who fell in battle or succumbed to fate. The exploration of life and death within gaming becomes a poignant reflection of our own fears. Death forces players to confront their limitations, to learn through loss, and to understand that every life is precious, a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence. As players traverse through these representations, the line between the virtual and the real begins to blur. The horsemen don't just exist within the confines of the screen. They dwell in the hearts of players. Their stories weave through the history of mankind, echoing the very essence of human experience. Conquest, war, famine, and death are not just characters. They embody forces that have shaped civilizations and defined epochs, much like the experiences players face in their quests. In the heat of battle, adrenaline courses through veins, and every choice becomes a matter of life and death. The thrill of wielding a sword against war, the desperation of scavenging for resources against famine, the desire for supremacy against conquest, and the haunting presence of death push players to their limits. Emotions surge as they face the reality of their actions, grappling with dilemmas that resonate with historical truths. Each moment becomes a reflection of humanity's darkest and brightest aspects, a complex narrative that begs to be felt as much as understood. In this vast virtual arena, time loses meaning. The stories of the horsemen unfold with a ferocity that captivates the mind and seizes the heart. Players are not mere spectators. They become part of an ongoing legacy, a continuity that echoes through time. The emotions invoked by their encounters are timeless, drawing parallels between the struggles of ancient warriors and the digital heroes of today. The connection between history and gaming is profound. The Four Horsemen serve as a constant reminder of the choices that define us, the legacies we leave behind, and the battles we fight within ourselves. They are the manifestations of our fears, hopes, and dreams, forever cycling through the annals of time. An eternal reminder that, in every conquest, every war, every famine, and every death, there lies a story waiting to be told. And in the world of video games, that story is not just played. It is felt, experienced, and lived, a connection between the past and the present that resonates deeply within the soul. The sound of hooves against the hard earth echoed like thunder, a relentless rhythm that resonated in the very bones of the land. For figures emerged from the dust, each one a harbinger of something greater, something that stirred the deepest fears and desires buried within us all. These were not mere horses, nor were they mere riders. They were the horsemen, ancient symbols of human nature itself, galloping through the annals of history, reminding us of our frailties and strengths. As they approached, shadows lengthened, twisting the vibrant hues of sunset into ominous shades. The first horseman, clad in white, rode forth with a crown upon his brow, a symbol of power and conquest. His steed, pure and radiant, seemed to glimmer with an otherworldly light. This was Conquest, a reflection of humanity's insatiable thirst for dominance over one another. He had been present in every corner of the earth, from the rise of empires to the quiet whispers of ambition in every heart. He embodied the burning desire to control, to win, and to reign supreme. In the moments that followed, fear gripped the onlookers as the second horseman appeared, his cloak as red as blood, wielding a great sword. This was war, a chilling reminder of the chaos humanity brings upon itself. History was littered with tales of battles fought not just on fields, but in hearts and minds. Every clash of swords echoed the rage that simmered beneath the surface of even the most civilized societies. The horseman of war was not just a figure of destruction. He was a reflection of the conflict that dwells in human nature, the darkness that flares in times of division and strife. As the wind howled, the third horseman emerged, enshrouded in a cloak as black as the void itself. Famine rode forth, the very essence of despair etched into the lines of his face. The ground beneath him cracked, the earth parched as if it bore witness to the suffering that hunger had inflicted upon countless souls. He was the embodiment of loss, of desperate need, and the stark reality of survival. From the famines of the ancient world to modern food shortages, famine had been lurking in the shadows, a constant reminder of how fragile life can be when resources dwindle and hope fades. Last came the horseman clad in a pallid hue, his presence heavy and suffocating. Death rode with a quiet authority, an inevitable truth that every human must face. His bony fingers grasped the reins of a horse that seemed to drift rather than gallop, a haunting symbol of the unknown that loomed over every life. Death was the final act in the theater of existence, the curtain that falls regardless of the play's grandeur. He reflected the universal fear and acceptance of mortality, reminding us that while we chase dreams and desires, the end waits patiently for all. As the horsemen thundered past, their presence stirred a series of powerful emotions within those who witnessed the spectacle. The townspeople trembled, for each figure held a mirror to their own lives. Families quarreled over trivial matters, lovers fought over misunderstandings, and neighbors eyed each other with suspicion. It was a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of ambition, anger, desperation, and ultimately, an undeniable fate. In the stillness that followed their passage, whispers filled the air. Stories began to emerge of the impact the horsemen had on lives long forgotten. The rise and fall of kingdoms, each defined by the choices made by those who held power. Was it the ambition of a single ruler that led to conquest, or the collective desires of a populace craving change? Was war born from the hearts of men, or was it an external force that exploited humanity's weaknesses? Each question hung in the air like a heavy fog, waiting to be unraveled. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the reflections grew sharper. A man, once filled with dreams of grandeur, now sat alone, staring into the abyss of his choices. Was he a mere pawn of war, or had he welcomed famine into his home by neglecting to share? A mother, weary from the burden of feeding her children, felt the cold grip of famine tightening around her heart. She remembered stories of abundance and laughter, but those tales seemed far away, drowned in the harsh reality of her present. In the corner of a small village, a young girl clutched her tattered book, filled with tales of heroes and adventures. Yet her innocence was shattered by the shadow of death. She felt it lurking, waiting for her to let go of the dreams she held dear. Every time she turned a page, the words echoed in her mind, a stark reminder that life was fleeting, and perhaps too often spent chasing the wrong things. The horsemen continued their relentless march through history, not just as figures of doom, but as reflections of humanity's innermost desires and fears. They were the haunting reminders of the choices we make, the battles we fight within ourselves, and the legacies we leave behind. It became clear that these riders were not just symbols of chaos or destruction. They were intricate parts of a larger narrative, one that played out in the lives of every person who walked the earth. In the quiet of the night, As hearts raced and breaths quickened, a single truth emerged. The horsemen were not external forces beyond understanding. They lived within, as close as the pulse of life itself. Each person carried within them the seeds of conquest, the flame of war, the cry of famine, and the shadow of death. Humanity was a battleground, where these forces clashed in an unyielding dance of light and darkness, hope and despair, ambition and acceptance. As the echoes of their hooves faded into the distance, a lingering sense of uncertainty hung in the air. What lay ahead? Would humanity rise and confront these aspects of its nature, or would it falter in the face of its own reflections? The answers remained elusive, buried deep within the human heart, where the struggle against the horsemen would continue, an eternal cycle of conflict and resolution that would shape the future yet to come. The wind howled through the empty streets, a haunting echo that seemed to carry whispers of dread and uncertainty. Shadows danced in the flickering streetlights, creating an unsettling atmosphere that gripped the town like a vice. People peered out from behind drawn curtains, their hearts racing at the thought of what lurked beyond their safe havens. The world felt fragile, teetering on the edge of something massive and terrible, and a sense of foreboding hung thick in the air. News spread like wildfire, sparking conversations in dimly lit kitchens and crowded taverns. The Four Horsemen had descended upon the land, not as literal riders from ancient texts but as metaphors for the chaos that gripped society. Pestilence, war, famine, and death. These were not just figures of lore. They were the symbols of real fears that fueled an emerging tide of conspiracy theories. Each represented the struggles that had plagued humanity throughout history, but now they morphed into something far more sinister, feeding on the collective anxiety of a world in turmoil. Pestilence reared its ugly head first, emerging from the shadows of history's darkest days. The specter of disease haunted the population, reminding them of the Black Death that had ravaged Europe centuries before. With every cough and fever, rumors spread like wildfire. Could it be a new plague? Was it engineered by unseen hands? Conspiracy theories flourished, intertwining with the dread, making people question the very fabric of their reality. It was as if the whispers of the past had come alive, sending chills down spines as long-held beliefs were shattered with each terrifying revelation. War followed closely, its drums beating a relentless rhythm of conflict and chaos. History had witnessed countless battles, but this time, the lines between right and wrong, truth and deceit, blurred into a murky haze. Propaganda spread like ink on parchment, twisting narratives and creating enemies where none existed. Fear fueled the flames, and conspiracy theories sprouted from the ashes of discord. As war strategies unfolded, people began to see hidden motives in every action, convinced that a grand puppet master pulled the strings behind the scenes. Each headline became a battleground, each news report a weapon in a war of information. Then came famine, a cruel reminder of humanity's vulnerability. Stores once brimming with food became eerily bare, and the fear of scarcity gnawed at the edges of everyday life. The question lingered: who controlled the food supply? Was it the powerful elite, hoarding resources while the masses starved? Theories took root, painting a picture of a shadowy cabal manipulating the very sustenance of life. People turned to each other, sharing wild stories, truths twisted by desperation. With each whispered conversation, the fabric of trust eroded, and communities fractured under the weight of suspicion. Death loomed overhead, casting a long shadow over the populace. It was no longer just a natural end, but a sinister force that seemed to lurk in every corner. With the specter of mortality breathing down their necks, individuals sought answers in the darkness. Conspiracy theories multiplied, reflecting fears of a grand design. Was death merely a natural occurrence, or was it orchestrated by unseen hands? The uncertainty proved intoxicating, drawing people into a web of speculation that left them gasping for clarity. Each revelation felt like a chilling brush with fate, a reminder that nothing was as it seemed. As the world spiraled deeper into chaos, the power of these conspiracy theories grew. They offered a semblance of control, a way for people to make sense of the incomprehensible. The horsemen rode not just through the pages of ancient texts but through the hearts and minds of everyday people. Those who once looked to leaders and experts for guidance began to turn inward, relying on gut feelings and whispered truths. Trust in institutions eroded, replaced by a thirst for connections that felt more tangible, even if they were shrouded in darkness. The internet, a double-edged sword, became a breeding ground for these ideas, allowing conspiracies to thrive in the shadows. Forums buzzed with theories and discussions, echoing with the voices of the frightened. Every post sparked fresh debates, igniting passions and fears that fed into the cycle of uncertainty. The horsemen, once mere symbols, transformed into terrifying harbingers, guiding the narratives that spun around the globe. Skepticism reigned. The more the world turned, the more people questioned everything they had known. Trust was a rare commodity, and with every revelation, the fabric of reality unraveled further. Those who dared to speak out against the rising tide of conspiracy were met with hostility, as if they threatened the very lifeblood of understanding. The emotions ran high, with fear and anger bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. In a small town, a group gathered in a dimly lit basement, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a single bulb. They were drawn together by a shared belief in the unseen forces at play, a connection forged in the fires of doubt and suspicion. As they shared stories, the tension mounted, building into a crescendo of fear and fervor. They spoke of the horsemen as if they were living, breathing entities, prowling the earth, waiting for their moment to strike. The air crackled with energy, each person feeling the weight of history pressing down upon them, urging them to make sense of their collective plight. Tension simmered, emotions surged, and each new piece of information ignited a flame that burned hotter than before. The lines between reality and fiction blurred, twisting into an intricate dance that captivated their senses. Every glance, every whispered theory added another layer of weight to the atmosphere, a reminder that they were not alone in their fear. They were part of something larger, a movement driven by uncertainty that twisted and turned through the annals of history. And as the clock ticked ominously on the wall, the horsemen continued their relentless ride, guiding humanity deeper into the labyrinth of conspiracy, where answers were elusive and shadows whispered of truths yet to be revealed. A newspaper lay crumpled on a battered wooden table, its headline stark and unyielding, "For Riders of the Apocalypse, a New Age of Fear." The ink was still fresh, the scent of urgency clinging to the edges of the paper. It could have been a scene from any small-town cafe, where patrons leaned in, voices hushed, eyes wide, captivated by tales that twisted reality into something dark and gripping. Stories of chaos and prophecy, of dread and impending doom, spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and fears alike. In the annals of history, the media has often played a dual role, a witness to events and a puppeteer, weaving narratives that can uplift or devastate. This was particularly true during the tumultuous times that birthed the concept of the horsemen. Figures shrouded in myth and fear, riding forth to bring visions of war, famine, pestilence, and death. The media, as it emerged in its various forms, became the lens through which society viewed these ominous harbingers, shaping perceptions and igniting emotions that rippled through generations. In the days of the early 20th century, when war loomed like an ominous storm cloud over the horizon, newspapers and radio broadcasts became the lifelines of information. As the world teetered on the brink of chaos, journalists donned the armor of their pens, crafting stories that elevated the stakes. Every article painted a vivid picture of the horsemen galloping forth, their shadows casting dread upon fields once filled with peace. The public, hungry for understanding, consumed these narratives with a mix of terror and fascination. The media transformed abstract fears into palpable sensations, making the horsemen not just figures of ancient lore, but urgent warnings of contemporary crises. In the smoky back rooms of editorial offices, scribes and editors debated the fine line between sensationalism and truth. The horsemen, with their fearsome imagery, became symbols, each one a representation of very real issues that plagued society. War was not merely a historical event. It was a horseman, tangible and terrifying. The pages of history turned, each battle recounted in blood-red ink, generating a cycle of anxiety that fed off itself. Every headline screamed of losses and victories, of lives shattered, and of hopes extinguished. As the world grappled with the shadows of the horsemen, the media's influence grew more powerful. It had the ability to conjure emotions with a mere phrase, to cast a pallor over communities with a single story. A chilling report on a famine in a distant land could send shockwaves through urban centers, sparking rallies, debates, and sometimes actions. The horseman of famine didn't just exist in the pages of ancient scripture. He became a living, breathing entity, haunting the dreams of those secure in their fortunes. The radio, with its crackling voice, transformed how people absorbed information. It carried the weight of the world directly into homes, filling living rooms with accounts of suffering and struggle. Families gathered around the flickering light, their hearts racing as they listened to the latest updates. The horsemen rode boldly into everyday life, not just as distant threats but as immediate realities. The stories told were raw, unfiltered glimpses into the horrors and hope of humanity. Then came the television, a revolutionary force that brought the horsemen into color. With footage of soldiers marching, families fleeing, and empty fields once ripe with harvest, the narratives became visceral. Viewers were no longer passive recipients of information. They were witnesses, their emotions stirred by the visual tapestry of war, pestilence, and despair. Each broadcast was a call to arms, a plea for empathy, a reminder that the horsemen were not just allegories but reflections of the human condition. The news anchors, the reporters, became the modern-day prophets, their words echoing through the airwaves, shaping public sentiment with each broadcast. As decades rolled on, the horsemen morphed, becoming intertwined with modern issues: global warming, economic collapse, rising tensions across nations. Headlines emerged with a relentless frequency, each one echoing the age-old fears from Scripture while echoing the modern struggles of society. The horsemen were now a part of the daily discourse, their presence felt in political debates, social media posts, and community gatherings. In the digital age, the narrative expanded, transcending traditional media boundaries. Social platforms became battlegrounds where images of suffering, resilience, and injustice were shared with a click. A single tweet could bring forth a flood of voices, transforming local tragedies into global movements. The horsemen rode the waves of hashtags and viral videos, capturing attention and stirring action like never before. The power of the media had intensified, becoming an unstoppable force that could shape opinions and mobilize masses. As the world stood on the precipice of a new era, the media's role in shaping the narrative of the horsemen remained potent and unyielding. Stories that once felt distant and abstract were grounded in the reality of everyday lives. The sobering weight of history echoed through the ages. As the horsemen galloped forward, their presence a constant reminder of humanity's struggles. Their narrative, vibrant and unfurling, intertwined with the pulse of society, became a tapestry of emotions: fear, hope, resilience, and sorrow. In the end, the media was more than just a vessel of information. It was a storyteller, a connector of lives and experiences. It transformed the horsemen into figures that could no longer be ignored, inviting each person to confront their fears and hopes. The lines between past and present blurred, leaving an indelible mark on the conscience of society. The horsemen were here to stay, their narratives woven into the fabric of human experience, a testament to the power of words and the stories we tell. And as the ink dried on the pages, the next chapter awaited, ever ready to unfold in a world brimming with emotion and uncertainty. The horsemen rode on, and so did the tales of their journey, inextricably linked to the hearts of those who bore witness. The wind howled through the empty streets, a haunting echo of what was once a vibrant world. Shadows danced in the flickering streetlights as if whispering secrets of a bygone era. In the distance, thunder rumbled, stirring an eerie anticipation that hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. Against this backdrop loomed the most chilling figures in the annals of prophecy: the Four Horsemen, each a harbinger of humanity's darkest fears and deepest hopes, stirring emotions that lay dormant within the souls of mankind. The first to emerge was the rider on the white horse, an enigmatic figure cloaked in a shimmering veil of light. He wielded a bow, his gaze piercing like a spear through the fog of uncertainty. Throughout history, he was often interpreted as conquest or pestilence, a figure whose presence ignited passions and rivalries. He rode forth, leaving in his wake nations torn by ambition and desire. Empires rose and fell under the banner of his glory, and the people, entranced, followed him into battles that would shape the destiny of mankind. Yet, what was it about this horseman that beckoned so strongly? The promise of victory, or the inevitable toll that accompanies it? As the echoes of his hooves faded, the second rider thundered onto the scene. A fearsome figure cloaked in red, brandishing a bloodied sword. War had always been a part of the human story, but this rider personified its chaos and destruction. With every sweep of his arm, peace was shattered, and brother turned against brother. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his presence, and the cries of the fallen resonated across history. From the battlegrounds of ancient civilizations to the modern conflicts that rage today, the blood of countless souls cried out, demanding justice or vengeance. Emotions ran high, and the very fabric of society tore apart, leaving scars that would never truly heal. Then came the rider on the black horse, a somber figure bearing a set of scales that hung heavy in the air. He rode into existence during times of famine and economic despair, a cruel reminder of humanity's fragile state. As the scales tipped, the weight of balance was a stark reflection of inequality. The rich grew richer while the poor starved, and the cries of anguish filled the air like the scent of smoke rising from a burned village. People could almost feel the pangs of hunger gnawing at their bellies, a visceral reminder of their own vulnerability. The intensity of his presence beckoned reflection and awareness, urging the world to confront its collective conscience. Finally, the last horseman emerged, pale and ghostly, a figure that struck fear into the hearts of all. Death, as the ultimate certainty, rode silently in his wake, leaving a trail of desolation. He was not merely an end but a transition, a bridge between the living and the departed. His presence was a chilling reminder that life is fleeting, and the choices made in the face of mortality could either illuminate the soul or cast it into darkness. Millions have stared into the abyss, grappling with the profound sense of loss and the sobering reality of their own existence. The emotional weight of this rider's passage lingered long after he had passed, an unshakable truth that haunted the dreams of those left behind. Throughout history, the significance of these horsemen has evolved, their meanings shifting like shadows across time. Scholars, theologians, and mystics have wrestled with their symbolism, often finding parallels in the socio-political landscapes of their own eras. The horsemen are not just characters in a story, they are reflections of humanity's struggles, fears, and aspirations. Each rider becomes a mirror, revealing the darkest corners of our collective psyche, the places we dare not venture alone. As the last echoes of their hooves faded into the night, a chilling silence descended, leaving humanity to grapple with the weight of their existence. What would the future hold? Would the horsemen return to claim their due? The streets lay empty, but the hearts of the people were filled with turmoil, their minds racing with questions that seemed to have no answers. The world teetered on the brink of an unknown precipice, where hope and despair danced in an intricate waltz, each longing for dominance. In the midst of this emotional storm, a flicker of light appeared. Somewhere, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, a voice emerged, asking whether humanity would find a way to break free from the cycle of despair that the horsemen embodied. Would they rally against the tide of despair, or would they succumb to the weight of their presence, allowing the shadow of the horsemen to engulf them completely? These emotions surged through the hearts of the populace, igniting a fire that refused to extinguish. The horsemen, with their profound significance in eschatological studies, did not herald an end but rather a call to action. The echoes of their rides whispered to all who would listen, urging them to confront their fears, grapple with their realities, and strive for a better tomorrow. The tension hung in the air like a coiled spring, ready to snap at any moment. However, amidst the rising uncertainty, an indomitable spirit flickered, a glimmer of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, humanity had the power to reshape its destiny. And just when the world seemed poised on the brink of a new beginning, a thunderous crash shattered the silence, reverberating through the streets. The horsemen were not finished. Their saga was far from over, and the next chapter awaited, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The ground trembled again, and the shadows began to stir, as if an unseen force was gathering just beyond the horizon. The air thickened with anticipation, a palpable tension swirling around the hearts of the people, urging them to brace for what was to come. A solitary rider on a darkened horse gallops through the mist, the sound of hooves echoing like distant thunder. The air is thick with a sense of dread, a whisper of chaos heavy in the atmosphere. This is not just a story of myth. It's a chilling reminder of pandemics that have swept across the world, leaving devastation in their wake. The Four Horsemen, conquest, war, famine, and death, each have their place in history, but it is their intertwined dance during global pandemics that reveals the depths of human suffering and resilience. In the 14th century, Europe was engulfed by the Black Death, a plague that swept through towns like wildfire, consuming lives in its path. The streets, once filled with laughter and life, became silent, save for the haunting sound of the bells tolling for the dead. Doctors donned beak-like masks filled with herbs, believing the foul air was the source of the disease. But it was the horsemen of death who rode through the land, collecting souls with a cold embrace. Whole families vanished overnight, their absence an echoing void that shattered communities. Men, women, and children. No one was spared from the chilling grasp of mortality. Amidst the chaos, conquest emerged. Nations turned against one another, seeking to expand territories as the populace weakened. Political leaders exploited the fear, promising safety and strength while their armies marched into battle, the sound of clashing swords mingling with the cries of the afflicted. Kingdoms fell, not just from the plague's wrath but from the insatiable appetite for power that gripped the hearts of rulers. In this grim era, the horsemen of war fed on the chaos, ensuring that while the living battled an unseen enemy, they would also turn on each other. Famine followed closely, a sinister shadow that seeped into the cracks of society. As crops failed and livestock perished from the disease, hunger gnawed at the bellies of the poor. The rich hoarded what little food remained, their bellies full while the streets echoed with the cries of the starving. Children, once beacons of hope, withered before their parents' eyes, their laughter replaced by desperate pleas for bread. It was a chilling reminder that even when humanity faced a common foe, greed could breed division and despair. The cycle of suffering spiraled with each passing day. The plague brought a wave of fear that swept across continents, leaving scars on the souls of those who survived. Stories of loss and survival intertwined, creating a tapestry of human resilience. Yet, with each tale of hope came another of despair. As families were torn apart and communities crumbled, the horsemen rode unabated, their presence felt in every corner of the world. Fast forward to the 20th century, and the Spanish flu burst forth like a malevolent storm. This new plague spread across the globe, infecting 1/3 of the world's population. Death, in its relentless pursuit, once again claimed millions, but this time it revealed a different side of humanity. As hospitals overflowed, and the dead were buried in mass graves, the spirit of community sparked a flame of hope. Neighbors cared for neighbors, sharing what little they had amidst the chaos. Yet, even in this light, the shadows of the horsemen loomed large. War raged on the battlefields of World War I, a harbinger of conflict that made the Spanish flu's devastation even more profound. Soldiers returned home, not only with wounds from the front lines, but also carrying the deadly virus. The horsemen of war and the horsemen of death danced hand in hand across the globe, their presence felt in every nation. As the war ended, the world found itself grappling with the remnants of a society shattered by both combat and disease. Amidst the ruins, famine reared its head once more, as disrupted supply chains and economic turmoil took hold. The scars of conflict left behind a world where hunger was a constant companion. Families struggled to put food on the table, their dreams of a brighter tomorrow fading like the last rays of sunlight. The specter of starvation loomed, reminding everyone that survival was a daily battle, even after the war had ended. As decades passed, humanity faced the specter of new pandemics, HIV, AIDS, H1N1, and more recently COVID-19. Each brought with it a resurgence of the Four Horsemen, their names echoing through the annals of time. The world watched in horror as hospitals filled, economies collapsed, and communities fragmented. Yet, as the darkness deepened, so did the resolve of humanity. Acts of kindness bloomed like flowers in the cracks of a desolate pavement. People reached out to one another, forming a tapestry of hope that stretched across borders. In these trying times, the horsemen didn't just bring destruction. They also illuminated the strength of the human spirit. Those who fought for their lives found ways to connect, to share stories of resilience and hope. The horsemen of death may claim lives, but it is the legacy of love and perseverance that endures. Every loss became a rallying cry to cherish life, to hold one another close, and to never take a moment for granted. As the world moves forward, the memory of the Four Horsemen resonates in the hearts of those who have lived through the trials of pandemics. They represent not only the darkness that can invade our lives, but also the light that flickers even in the most desperate of times. The cycle continues, each chapter woven into the fabric of history, a reminder that while the horsemen may come and go, the essence of humanity remains, unbreakable and enduring. The wind howled as if it were mourning, weaving through the remnants of a world that had seen too much. Shadows danced under the flickering flames of a campfire, illuminating faces that bore the weight of the past. Each crackle of burning would echo stories of sorrow, tales of loss that had been passed down through generations. Eyes glistened with uncried tears, reflecting the scars left by wars fought and hearts shattered. This was not just a gathering of souls. It was a congregation of the haunted, a meeting of those who bore witness to the horsemen. The horsemen, those harbingers of calamity, had ridden through human history, their presence felt in every age and every corner of the earth. Pestilence, war, famine, death. Each one arrived like an uninvited guest, crashing through the doors of peace and comfort, leaving devastation in their wake. The collective trauma they inflicted was etched into the very fabric of humanity, threading through the lives of all who existed in their path. Across the ages, the echoes of the horsemen could be heard. The Black Death swept through Europe in the 14th century, a merciless specter that claimed millions. Towns were left empty, and the stench of decay filled the air. Families were torn apart, despair becoming an unwelcome companion as loved ones disappeared overnight. Survivors found themselves wandering through a world turned upside down, struggling to make sense of an existence stripped bare. In those moments, as the living buried the dead, the weight of grief settled in their bones, an eternal reminder of loss. Half a world away, in the midst of the brutal Mongol conquests, the horseman of war galloped through villages, leaving only ashes in his wake. The clash of swords and the cries of innocent lives extinguished echoed through the valleys, resonating with a haunting melody that would reverberate for centuries. Cities burned, cultures erased, and the darkness of human ambition cast long shadows. Those who survived became the keepers of pain, their hearts forever marked by the memories of a time when hope seemed a distant dream. But the horsemen didn't only ride in distant lands or long-gone eras. They were present in the trenches of World War I, where young men faced an unimaginable horror. Mud mixed with blood, filling the air with the stench of despair. The cries of the fallen mingled with the whistle of incoming shells, a symphony of chaos that would become a haunting refrain in the minds of those who returned. They were forever changed, carrying the scars of war like badges of honor and shame. The silence in their eyes spoke volumes of the collective trauma that shaped their generation and the ones that followed. Famine, too, had its own story to tell. In Ireland during the Great Famine, the horseman rode on the backs of the starving, his presence a cruel reminder of the fragility of life. As crops failed and desperation took hold, families were forced to make impossible choices. The land, once bountiful, became a graveyard for dreams. The cries of hungry children filled the air, Yet for those who could not feed their loved ones, the silence became unbearable. The collective grief of a nation echoed in the hollowed cheeks of its people, a haunting reminder that hunger could break the strongest of bonds. Even today, the remnants of the horsemen linger in the hearts of those affected by modern plagues and wars. The COVID-19 pandemic swept through communities, a new wave of pestilence that shattered lives and upended the familiar. Hospitals overflowed, and the world stood still as a collective fear gripped humanity. Families were separated, lives were lost, and the world was forced to confront the fragility of existence. The trauma of isolation and uncertainty settled deep within, a shared burden that connected people across the globe in an unspoken understanding of pain. As the flickering fire cast long shadows, the stories unfolded, layered with emotion and history. In this circle, the past and present intertwined, creating a tapestry of human experience woven with threads of sorrow and resilience. Each tale echoed with the knowledge that the horsemen would continue to ride, unfurling their banners of suffering. There was no escaping their presence. They were an inseparable part of humanity's story. In the dim light, one voice rose above the whispers, a tremor of hope mingling with despair. "We bear the scars of those who came before us," the speaker said, their eyes shining with unshed tears. "But in our pain lies a collective strength. We carry their burdens, and through sharing our stories, we keep their memories alive." The flames crackled louder, as if in agreement, and a sense of unity filled the air. Each person in that circle was a witness to the past, a keeper of stories that needed to be told. Together, they formed a bridge between what had been and what was yet to come. The horsemen may have ridden through their lives, but so too had the indomitable spirit of humanity, rising again and again from the ashes of despair. As the night deepened and the stories continued to flow, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The horsemen remained ever present, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the strength found in shared trauma. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of those who gathered, and for a fleeting moment, they understood that they were not alone. They were connected by the strands of history, bound together by the tales of those who had faced the horsemen before them. And so, the stories flowed on, a ceaseless tide of emotion that surged and crashed against the shore of understanding. The horsemen continued to ride, but now, they rode alongside the living, each scar a testament to survival, each memory a link in the unbreakable chain of human experience. The past and present blurred, with each voice carrying the weight of history, ever reminding the world that even in the darkest of times, there was light to be found in shared resilience. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows over a once bustling city now haunted by silence. In the eerie quiet, whispers of dread twisted through the air. They spoke of the Four Horsemen, figures that have gripped humanity's imagination for centuries. Death, war, famine, and pestilence. Each has ridden through history, leaving indelible marks on civilizations. But now, as the world teetered on the brink of a new age, their legacy loomed larger than ever, their stories ready to be rewritten. The horsemen had galloped through epochs, from ancient texts to modern tales. They had existed in scrolls of parchment, inked by trembling hands, and echoed through the ages in the fervent debates of scholars and the hushed fears of the masses. But what lay ahead for these iconic figures? As the fabric of reality shifted, so too did the narratives that surrounded them. In the corners of the internet, amidst flickering screens and dimly lit rooms, a new generation of storytellers emerged. They harnessed the ancient tales and reimagined them, infusing fresh life into characters long thought relegated to dusty tomes. The horsemen were not just symbols of doom. They were complex entities, reflecting the fears and hopes of a world that felt both expansive and constricting. As night fell, a group of young creators gathered in a forgotten cafe. They shared ideas over steaming mugs of coffee, their faces illuminated by the glow of their laptops. "What if death isn't just an end?" one voice suggested, a spark igniting in the air. "What if he's a guide, leading us through the darkness?" The others leaned in, captivated by the thought. What if, instead of fear, death represented transformation, an invitation to embrace change. Across the room, a woman scribbled frantically in her notebook, envisioning war not as a brutal conqueror, but as a force for justice, pushing societies to confront their deepest flaws. "He could be the catalyst for peace," she murmured, her eyes alight with passion. A reminder that in the chaos, we can find unity. This new perspective painted war in hues previously unseen, turning him from a harbinger of destruction into a potential hero in the right narrative. Famine and pestilence weren't left behind either. The horsemen had to evolve or risk becoming relics of a bygone era. In a world increasingly grappling with climate change and global pandemics, Famine transformed into an advocate for sustainability, a voice urging society to confront its wastefulness and nurture the planet. Pestilence wore a mask, yet behind it lay the harrowing truth of health inequities, urging society to unite against systemic failures. These reimaginings stirred a resonance, tugging at heartstrings and awakening empathy in ways no one had anticipated. As discussions deepened, a palpable energy coursed through the room, each idea a thread weaving a tapestry of interconnected tales. They spoke of how stories have the power to heal, to convey the struggle of humanity in the face of overwhelming odds. The horsemen, once symbols of despair, morphed into intricate characters that mirrored the struggles of today's world. The fight for justice, the battle against disease, the quest for food security, and the enduring search for meaning. Moments turned into hours as the cafe buzzed with excitement and laughter. The group envisioned a graphic novel that would blend past and present, where the horsemen walked among us, experiencing the trials of modern life. They imagined a series where each horseman confronted personal battles, revealing their vulnerabilities and fears. The audience would see them not as distant figures but as reflections of their own struggles, evoking empathy and connection. Yet outside, the world was shifting. News cycles filled with reports of unrest, climate disasters, and a pandemic that refused to fade. The creators felt the weight of the world pressing against their shoulders, a reminder that their narratives bore the heavy responsibility of addressing the human condition, both its beauty and its darkness. Amidst the fervor of creativity, they acknowledged the risk of trivializing the horseman's legacy. This was not merely a game. It was a reflection of life and death, love and loss. They must tread carefully, weaving their narratives with respect and understanding. The essence of the Four Horsemen had to resonate with truth, allowing them to serve as mirrors reflecting humanity's most profound struggles and victories. As the night wore on, the cafe slowly emptied, but the fire of inspiration burned brightly within the remaining creators. They envisioned a multimedia project, combining virtual reality experiences that would allow people to walk alongside the horsemen, facing their fears in a world where each choice could lead to redemption or despair. Would audiences dare to confront their own darkness, or would they shy away in terror? With the dawn approaching, they spoke of how these narratives could inspire change, a call to action for a world that often felt stagnant and hopeless. The horsemen would become a rallying cry for unity, urging humanity to confront its shortcomings with open eyes and open hearts. Together, through their stories, they could reshape the future, dismantling old paradigms and forging paths toward understanding and compassion. But as they prepared to leave, a flicker of doubt crept in. Would they be able to rise to the challenge? Could they truly capture the essence of these formidable figures? The questions hung thick in the air, mingling with the scent of coffee and ink. Outside, the first light of dawn broke, illuminating a world that awaited their stories, a world ready to see the Four Horsemen not just as harbingers of doom, but as ancient guides steering humanity towards a brighter, more hopeful horizon. And so, the canvas lay blank, the voices of the past echoing in their minds, as they stepped into the day, a day filled with boundless potential, where the future of the Four Horsemen awaited their touch. The stories were just beginning, and the world held its breath, ready to embrace whatever came next. In the hushed stillness of a forgotten chapel, the flickering candles cast long shadows on stained glass windows, each pane telling stories of faith and struggle. Outside, a storm brewed, thunder rumbling like the distant hoofbeats of unseen riders. Inside, a group of men and women sat in a circle, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the flames, reflecting a tapestry of ages and traditions woven together by a singular thread: the quest for understanding. Across the ages, faith has often been a bridge and a barrier, a force powerful enough to unite or divide. In that little chapel, the participants felt the weight of centuries pressing upon them, the echoes of their ancestors whispering in their ears. Each person carried a piece of history, an heirloom of belief, a legacy of pain and joy. They were drawn together, not by shared doctrine but by the need to speak, to listen, to feel. One man, his brow furrowed with age, spoke of the horsemen, figures that had shaped the course of humanity, often seen as harbingers of doom. His voice trembled as he recounted tales from ancient texts, where each horseman represented a force: conquest, war, famine, and death. With each name, the air thickened with unspoken fears and hopes, as if the very presence of those spectral riders loomed over them, challenging their unity. The horsemen did not just ride across barren fields. They galloped through the hearts of men, igniting conflict and despair. Yet, in this room, they sought something different, a connection that defied the dark narratives. A young woman, her eyes bright with passion, countered his tales with stories of resilience, of how faith had fueled movements that toppled empires and healed wounds. She spoke of the interfaith dialogues that blossomed in the wake of despair, where the seeds of shared humanity took root in the ashes of division. Her words danced like fireflies in the darkness, illuminating the possibilities that lay ahead. The horsemen could not conquer the spirit of those who chose to stand together. She insisted, their steeds faltering under the weight of collective hope. As the conversation flowed, the group delved into the pages of history, traversing the landscapes of ancient Jerusalem where people of different beliefs gathered at the same well, sharing water and wisdom. They remembered the whispers of the sages, the calls to compassion that transcended religious borders. Time and again, faith had been a vessel for peace, a balm for wounds inflicted by ignorance and hatred. Yet, the horsemen lingered in the air, their presence palpable. A man of the cloth, his voice deep and resonant, recounted the Crusades, a clash not just of armies but of ideologies, where the fervor of belief turned neighbor against neighbor. The pain in his voice mirrored the turmoil of the ages, the shouts for justice echoing through the corridors of time. Each story brought with it the weight of loss, yet in this room, there was an unyielding promise. Understanding could rise from the ashes of despair. Another participant, a historian with a gentle demeanor, spoke of the Renaissance, a period that rekindled the flames of inquiry and dialogue. He described how thinkers across faiths collaborated to reshape the world, their ideas flowing like rivers, nourishing the parched earth of ignorance. In those moments, the horsemen seemed to retreat, their shadows softening under the brilliance of shared wisdom. The participants felt a surge of energy, a collective heartbeat echoing with the possibility of change. As tensions ebbed and flowed, the conversation began to mirror the storm outside. The wind howled, rattling the chapel's windows, and the thunder clapped like the wings of the horsemen, reminding them that conflict still existed and that their struggle was far from over. The room fell silent for a moment, each individual reflecting on their own faith journey, the moments that had shaped their understanding of others. Tears glistened in the eyes of some as they shared personal stories of loss that had opened their hearts, allowing empathy to flourish. In those confessions, the horsemen transformed from harbingers of dread into catalysts of change. A shared understanding began to blossom, a fragile but vibrant thread weaving through their stories. They recalled how, in the darkest moments of history, it was the compassion of the few that illuminated the path for the many. A woman, her voice trembling with courage, stood to speak. She spoke of the power of love that transcended boundaries, of how she had once found friendship in the unlikeliest of places. A friendship forged between families torn apart by war. As she narrated her experiences, the storm outside intensified, as if mirroring the rising emotions within. The horsemen may have ridden through her life, but they had not won. Love had triumphed, and in that victory, there was promise, there was hope. As her words resonated in the chapel, something shifted. The flickering candles appeared to burn brighter, illuminating not just the room but the hearts within it. In that moment, the horsemen faded, overshadowed by a new narrative. A narrative of faith intertwining, of understanding blooming in the cracks left by centuries of strife. They realized that their differences were not walls but windows, allowing light to pour in and reveal the shared human experience beneath the surface. And so, as the storm raged outside, the winds of change swirled within the chapel, lifting their spirits and binding them together in a circle of understanding that felt brighter than any celestial light. Yet, just as the energy reached its peak, a violent crash echoed from the storm outside, a reminder that the horsemen were never far away. A shudder ran through the group, bringing them back to their shared reality, a reality where understanding was an ongoing journey, not a destination. The shadows flickered once more, as if the horsemen, ever watchful, were waiting for their next move. The storm outside raged on, but inside, they stood together, hearts open and minds alive with possibility, ready to face whatever might come next. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silent agreement that they would keep talking, keep striving, keep believing. The horsemen had become a part of their story, yes, but they were determined not to let fear write the ending. In that sacred space, they found strength in unity, and as they prepared to share more stories, the light from the candles burned brighter still. In a world quietly teetering on the edge of chaos, an uneasy silence hangs in the air, thick with the weight of history's lessons. Shadows of the past flicker like candle flames in the dim light of human memory, beckoning to those who dare to listen. When the sun rises, it bathes the land in gold. Yet lurking in the corners of society's collective mind are figures that stir fear. The Four Horsemen, personifications of never-ending cycles of conquest, war, famine, and death. Their galloping hooves echo through time, reverberating in the hearts of those who remember. Long ago, in a land of empires and ambitions, the horsemen first emerged. They were not mere fantasies. They were woven into the fabric of human struggle. The warrior, fierce and unyielding, rode forth to conquer nations, his sword raised high, instilling terror in the souls of those who dared oppose him. With each clash of steel, entire civilizations crumbled, their dreams reduced to dust. History whispers the names of those great leaders, Alexander, Genghis Khan, and countless others, who left trails of blood in their wake, painting maps with the colors of suffering and ambition. The second horseman follows closely, a specter of war that feasts on the uncertainty of the human spirit. In every corner of the globe, the ghosts of battles rage on. The trenches of World War I, filled with the echoes of young men crying for home, still resonate in the hearts of families who lost everything. What drives humanity to the brink of madness? The answer lies in the insatiable hunger for power and control, an ancient dance of dominance that shows no signs of slowing. Nations shatter under the weight of treaties broken and alliances forged in blood. As the sun sets, the cries of the fallen linger, a haunting reminder that these wars are never truly over. Famine rides on the heels of conquest, its presence felt through the ages. Crops wither under the scorching sun, and desperation seeps into every parched throat. The Irish potato famine of the mid-1800s stands as a stark testament to the fragility of life. Millions perished not just from hunger, but from a cold indifference that echoed across the Atlantic. The specter of famine is relentless, gnawing at the edges of society, reminding the world of its responsibilities and failures. It is a grim reality that still unfolds today, with millions left to suffer while the powerful look on, their hearts hardened by greed. And then, there is death, the ultimate horseman. It rides silently, a shadow that envelopes us all. Throughout history, plagues have swept across continents, leaving devastation in their wake. The Black Death ravaged Europe in the 14th century, claiming lives indiscriminately, a chilling reminder of our own mortality. The streets were littered with the bodies of the young and old, the rich and poor, all equal in the face of the inevitable. We are reminded time and again that death knows no boundaries, no class, no creed. It is the final reminder that life, in all its complexity, is fragile. But the horsemen are more than just harbingers of doom. They are teachers, insistent on imparting lessons that humanity seems determined to ignore. The cycles of history repeat, as if choreographed by a cosmic puppeteer. The powerful rise, the meek suffer, and then, just as swiftly, the tides turn. The lessons echo in the chambers of time. What goes up must come down. Greed breeds discontent, and ignorance is the root of our undoing. Yet, here we stand on the precipice of a fragile moment, where the future dances tantalizingly close. The echoes of the past weave a tapestry that covers the world, and as the horsemen gallop through history, their lessons surge forward, urging us to listen. We find ourselves at a crossroads, where the choices of the past collide with the uncertain potential of tomorrow. In bustling cities and quiet towns, people are awakening to the signs. Climate change, political unrest, and societal division. The horsemen are not just relics of yesteryear. They are here now, breathing down our necks. The specter of famine looms as resources dwindle, and conflict simmers beneath the surface, ready to ignite. Are we so blind to history that we cannot see the disasters that await? Will we heed the cries of the past, or allow the horsemen to gallop freely once more? With each passing moment, the clock ticks down, the urgency palpable. The choices made today will shape the generations to come. The horsemen stand at the gates of the future, their lessons etched in blood and tears. The question lingers, will we rise up, united against the tide of despair, or will we succumb to the chaos that history has taught us to fear? As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over a world in turmoil, the horsemen continue their relentless march. Their presence is undeniable, a reminder that we are all part of this grand narrative. The echoes of conquest, war, famine, and death reverberate through our lives, entwining us in a complex web of choices and consequences. In the distance, the sound of hooves grows louder, and with it, the urgency of those lessons becomes a clarion call. The past and the future are intertwined, and how we navigate this turbulent landscape will determine not just our own fate, but the legacy we leave behind. The horsemen are here and they are watching. A lone rider sits atop a dark horse, the air thick with tension and a hint of dread. This figure is neither man nor myth, but an echo of something far more ancient, something that has haunted humanity for centuries. The Four Horsemen, conquest, war, famine, and death, represent a cycle of existence that has woven itself into the fabric of human consciousness, each carrying the weight of history's most profound fears and realities. In ancient texts, the horsemen appeared as harbingers of doom, their galloping steeds echoing through the corridors of time. The Book of Revelation painted a vivid picture, each rider embodying humanity's greatest trials. Yet, what began as a simple prophecy transformed into an emotional tapestry that would resonate through the ages. People clung to these figures, not merely as symbols of destruction, but as reflections of their deepest anxieties and struggles. Conquest, the first horseman, rides forth with a crown upon his head and a bow drawn taut. He strides into the hearts of men, whispering promises of glory and power. His legacy is one of ambition that has fueled empires and ignited revolutions. The great tyrants of history, Alexander, Genghis Khan, and Napoleon, found their motivations mirrored in his relentless gaze. Each conquest led to a pursuit of more, a gnawing hunger that could never be satisfied. As nations fell and boundaries shifted, the echoes of his passage left behind a haunting reminder. The desire for control can consume even the noblest of hearts. Then comes war, wielding a sword that glints with a terrifying brilliance. His presence evokes the chaos of battlefields drenched in blood, the cries of the fallen ringing through the ages. He is a teacher of pain, imparting lessons in heartbreak and sacrifice. From the trenches of World War I to the brutal conflicts in distant lands, his legacy is written in the language of violence and survival. The faces of soldiers, lined with fear and resolve, mirror the agony of a world caught in his grasp. War reshapes destinies, turning brothers into enemies and peace into a fleeting dream. The emotional scars he leaves behind are indelible, lingering long after the last shot is fired. Following closely is Famine, a shadowy figure whose hollow eyes watch over the ravaged landscapes of despair. His touch is silent yet deafening, creeping into homes and hearts with a chilling grasp. Throughout history, famines have forced communities to the brink, each grain of lost sustenance a reminder of humanity's fragility. From the Great Famine in Ireland to the devastating droughts in Ethiopia, famine drags nations into chaos. Families torn apart by hunger and desperation carry his legacy, their stories woven into the fabric of human suffering. His shadow lingers in the empty bowls of children, a poignant reminder that sustenance is not a guarantee but a treasure that can vanish in an instant. Rounding out this harrowing quartet is death, the inevitable conclusion to every story. Draped in a shroud of mystery and finality, he walks among the living, reminding them of their mortality. The mere mention of his name conjures an array of emotions: fear, acceptance, and even defiance. From ancient burial rites to modern-day reflections on mortality, death has inspired countless philosophical inquiries, art, and literature throughout history. The faces of those lost linger in memories, their laughter echoing like a haunting melody. Each life taken leaves a void, a lesson in the profound beauty and fragility of existence. Together, the Four Horsemen weave a deep and unsettling narrative that speaks to the core of human experience. They are not just figures of destruction. They are mirrors reflecting our fears, our desires, and our failures. Their legacy stretches through time, binding generations in a shared understanding of challenge and resilience. People have sought to escape their shadow, yet in doing so, they have often found themselves entangled in a cycle of repeating history. The echoes of their rides resonate through the hearts of those who live in the aftermath of their impact, each person navigating their path beneath the weight of this collective consciousness. In the aftermath of their passage, profound questions arise. What does it mean to conquer? What does it mean to wage war? How do we face hunger in a world of plenty? And ultimately, how do we confront our mortality? As societies evolve and confront new challenges, the horsemen remain omnipresent, their essence woven into the choices made and the paths taken. Every war fought, every empire built, and every life lost serves as a testament to their enduring influence. In the quiet moments of reflection, voices of the past rise, echoing the lessons learned. The anguish of loss and the triumph of survival breathe life into their legacy. The stories of individuals and communities intertwine, creating a rich tapestry of resilience and hope. People rise from the ashes of despair, finding strength in the face of adversity. They honor the memory of those who came before, understanding that while the horsemen may ride on, their spirit can inspire change. Yet, as history churns onward, the horsemen are not mere relics of the past but living embodiments of human consciousness. They challenge the present, forcing humanity to confront its recurring themes. Each generation must grapple with the realities of conquest, the brutality of war, the haunting specter of famine, and the unrelenting approach of death. The stories that emerge from these encounters shape a collective narrative that is rich with emotion and tension. As the sun sets on the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the legacy of the Four Horsemen persists. They ride through the minds of all who seek meaning in their struggles, reminding them that the battle is not over. Each heart beats with the echoes of their presence, and in that heartbeat lies the power to rise, to challenge, and to create a new legacy unmarred by fear. The cycle continues, a relentless march toward an uncertain future, where the lessons of the past whisper through the winds of time, urging humanity to remember and to strive for something greater.